Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM. And I issue you fair warning, some of what you're going to hear tonight is going to scare the hell out of you. So if you're alone on the highway driving, at home in a dark room, it's up to you. Stick around, and as you heard in the first hour, it's going to get rough. We'll get back to it in a moment. Here comes the first candidate. Okay, Art, it says, you asked for it. You have my permission to post the attached photo on your website as long as you don't release my address or phone number. I'm a student of religious demonology and help the local clergy when dealing with cases of possession. To keep my skills sharp, I spend a fair amount of time in cemeteries, interacting with and photographing spirits. And here's a favorite from my collection. I was walking in a cemetery last night when I sensed a spirit telepathically beckoning me to follow it. I did so, and I was led through the cemetery to a freshly dug grave. Freshly dug. I took a picture and turned to leave when the spirit told me it wasn't ready. And when I took the picture, that is to say, when I took that first picture, so I recomposed the shot and waited for the spirit to give me some kind of cue. Shortly, I began to see something through the viewfinder, but it simply didn't register completely visually. It seemed to register in some other region of the mind. So I took that as the cue, and I snapped the shutter. I waited for the flash to recycle and took a third photograph and left the gravesite to finish the remainder of the roll of film. And what he has sent me is one of the photographs on that roll of film. If you will check my website, I suspect Keith will have it up there pretty quickly. If you have a ghost or spirit photograph, you may send it to me tonight, and we will act with dispatch and get it up there just like that. My web address is www.artbell.com. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Heck was that?
What do you mean? What the heck was what?
Oh, I'm on.
Yes.
Hi, Art. How are you? This is Michael from Manhattan Beach in California.
Yes, Michael.
Well, my story goes back quite a few years. My ghost story was precipitated by a world event which I was part of. Let me take you back a few years. When I was just 17 and out of high school, I enlisted in the Navy back east, went to Samson, New York for boot camp, and from there, through some testing that they gave, they sent me to the premier radio school the Navy had, which is in Bedford Springs, Pennsylvania. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I've heard of it, as a matter of fact.
And it was the A1 class of the Navy radio school. It was a converted hotel and country club. And we learned code, we learned procedures, and we couldn't graduate unless we took at least 30 words per minute.
Right.
Now, Fox, which was the word for all the Navy information that was disseminated out of Washington, was sent at 18 words per minute. But out of Bedford Springs, you couldn't graduate unless you copied at least 30. And the top of the class is 3.8 and above. Fortunately, I was one of those, received the Radium third-class rating upon graduation.
That's pretty good. I can't do 30. I can do on a good day 20, but not 30.
Oh, 30. We used to do 30 was the beginning. We used to copy at least 40, 50.
Yeah, I know there are certain crazed people who can do that.
Anyway, from there at that time in 1944, there were no more fleet assignments and submarine assignments. Everybody was assigned to the amphibious grouping. And from there, I went to Fort Pierce, Florida, and was assigned to an amphibious group. And what the radio men did at that time was to, with the LCVPs that carried the troops ashore, There was a coxswain and a gunner mate and a radioman.
Yeah.
And that's what we were trained for.
Yeah.
After a few weeks there, I was assigned to an APA, and we went to the Pacific.
Right.
Carrying on a bit, my ghost story was precipitated from a day that I'll never forget. Probably not a week or a day goes by that I don't think about it. April the 1st, Easter Sunday, was the day we invaded and landed on Okinawa. And we were assigned to carry the troops in waves, as you know. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Yes.
To shore,
Yes.
which we did. And it was kind of scary, but we did our job. And our ship, our APA, carried a second wave across. And by the time we were finished that day, we got back to the ship and hoisted the LCVPs aboard the ship, and we finally hit the sack about close to midnight. This is where my ghost story begins. About 3 o'clock in the morning, we were all tired as hell, and I think when my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And about 3 o'clock in the morning, I know it was around 3 o'clock because I looked at my watch when it happened. Nothing startled me. There was no noise. I just woke up, sat up in my bunk, and it was, I forgot to preface something. One thing I hated about the airfield, I couldn't handle the smell of the diesel exhaust. Kind of nauseated me.
Yes.
I never got seasick, but I just couldn't handle that odor. Well, anyway, when I woke up that morning about 3 o'clock, I woke up to this sweet perfume smell,
Mm-hmm.
and I what the hell is going on here? One of these guys must have taken a bottle of perfume and dropped it or some damn thing. But then I realized, God, that smell is familiar. You remember how your old aunt or your grandmother used to splash that body powder over them, the bathing powder after they took a shower, and it smelled so sweet and flowery?
Yes.
Well, that's the smell that I had, and I had my favorite. It was my favorite aunt's smell. My Aunt Melanie back east, God bless her. I could never forget that smell, and that's what I was smelling. The odor of the diesel fuel was gone,
and
the
here
sweet
was
odor was prominent.
Yes.
And after smelling it well and realized what was happening, I looked at my watch. It was around 3 o'clock, and I fell back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the end of the incident. And about 2 weeks later, I got a letter from my mother, who told me that my Aunt Melanie had died on Easter Sunday in the afternoon.
April the 1st.
And it was devastating to me, but I thought about it quite a bit. And then a couple of weeks later, I realized,
yes,
what the heck is going on here? She said she died Easter Sunday in the afternoon.
Yes.
And I contacted my mother, wrote her, and asked her exactly what time she passed away.
And when you did the time conversion.
It was exactly at that moment that I woke up, when I smelled the powder, the sweet floral scent of the powder that my Aunt Melanie used to put on her body.
I appreciate the call, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what he just told you is very, very common. And it implies that when one passes to the other side, there is at the very least a period of time when you get to visit with or be near those you love. It's been in just about every movie I can think of that has dealt with ghosts and death. And I guess most recently, the movie with Robin Williams, What Dreams May Come. You don't go immediately. You get to console, or you get to feel, or you get to be with, or you get to leave a sense with those who you love. And I guess it doesn't matter where in the world they are, does it? on a ship near Okinawa with all those time zone changes or anything else? Because over there really is not time, nor is there space, so you're moving in a different realm. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes. I just wanted to tell you I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
And I'm going to tell you about our ghost story. Well, one night my son was in his room and he had a friend, and they called me in there. They were yelling, and I stood, what's the matter? And I went in there, and there was this shadowy figure underneath the bed with the red eyes. And
red eyes?
And it scared the hell out of me.
Under the bed with red eyes?
Yes, and like shadowy, and I was so scared I called my husband in there, and he went in there, and he said, what the hell was that? And I said, I really don't know. And then my son just informed me that he has seen this again. He was in his room one night, and the shadowy figure went by, and he's also seen it again at my mother's house. It was in the shadows, and he threw a rock at it. So I think we're going to be doing a lot of praying in the near future, because I have no idea what that thing is. I personally don't want to see it. It's
he threw a rock at it?
Yes, and he said it just kind of sat there, and that kind of stuff really scares me. Oof.
Now, one could imagine almost anything, but one has got to admit that when it's red, glowing eyes, it's not a good message.
No, I would immediately think the devil, and I'm a Christian and I believe in praying, because things like that you don't want hanging around you.
Well, you sure as hell don't want them under your bed.
I don't want them anywhere.
I appreciate your call, sir. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you this morning?
Or
should I say this evening? This is Patrick in Fairfield, California, an old Air Force brat myself.
Yes, sir.
Just want to first of all give you all my best wishes to you and your family. I hope that whole thing gets worked out too.
Oh, it will.
Yeah. I wanted to also tell everybody that we have a new Usenet group that's just been it's 2 weeks old, I think, called ALT Binaries Paranormal. So anybody with good ghost pictures, we've got lots of great orb pictures up there and stuff. And
I've been collecting them over the years now. I've got some really incredible photographs on my side.
It's an interesting phenomenon. I certainly can't say what the heck it is, but
one wonders why so many times the camera catches what the eye does not. That's really strange. Anyway, do you have a story?
Yes. I wanted to relate one of my mini ghost stories that I share with my friends on alt folklore ghost stories. Another great group. It's about an experience I had while I was working towards my degree in parapsychology at the sleep lab at Sac State in Sacramento.
Uh-huh.
And we were doing an experiment this particular night. We were mapping the stages of sleep using Kirlian photography.
Right.
It was eventually written up in the Journal for the Psychophysiological Study of Sleep.
So in other words, the Kirlian image changes with the state of sleep?
Changes
that's something.
Not only through the REM period, but between REM and non-REM.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it was the first time it was ever done. Unfortunately, it was a pilot program. We didn't have much funding, and what it required was that my assistant Mike stay inside the anechoic chamber with the sleeping subject.
Right.
And he had to advance the film manually in between exposures when I would cue him with a little light from the experimental room.
Gotcha.
And this particular night, it was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I could actually hear two people snoring over the intercom. Mike had fallen asleep himself.
Bad.
I was wondering how the heck I was going to get him awake without waking up the other person.
Yeah.
But we'd already gotten some pretty good exposures that night. But all of a sudden, I hear this movement over the intercom, and Mike uttering this low curse. And I was thinking to myself, oh, geez, there goes the entire night. If he ends up waking up the person prematurely.
Sure, ruining the experiment.
Exactly. And as it turned out, it was going to be ruined anyway, because he yelled out over the intercom my name, Pat, and he goes, my God, you won't believe this. She's walked right through me. And I hear the heavy door of the chamber being opened, and Mike's footsteps coming around the corner to the experimental room. And he goes, look at that. And he's grabbing my arm with about 500 pounds of pressure. And there in the wall from the experimental room into the chamber comes this kind of misty looking stuff. And by the time it was halfway through the wall, just past the EEG, the old Grass Model 6 EEG we were using, was kind of it solidified into the apparition of, I don't know, about a 65-year-old woman wearing a flower print dress, and she was just like floating with about ankle length down to the floor. You couldn't see her feet, and she just kind of floated through the very narrow, long experimental room. And I looked over at him, but both of our jaws were dropped, the hair on the back of our necks were just sticking up. I've got goosebumps.
Yeah, like mine is now. Oh my God!
I mean, it was an incredible sight, and so when she passed through the shelving on the left-hand side where we store all the EEG paper, just passed through as if it were nothing, and she never looked over at us or anything. But we immediately went around over to the left where there's another hallway. It was kind of a big U-shaped complex on the base floor of the psychology building, and we were expecting her to come through what would be one of the small little experimental rooms next to our experimental room, right, and then come out into the hallway. And she never did. So we went back around, and sure enough, there she goes, floating back into the sleep chamber, and then we indeed went over to the right-hand corridor where she came through the anechoic chamber and disappeared out the outside wall.
Did the Kirlian photography that you were doing happen to catch any of this?
Actually, unless there was an exposure being made during that moment, we wouldn't have known.
Do you think, is it reasonable to ask you whether you think the kind of experimentation you were doing, monitoring sleep, Kirlian photography, something very unusual, might have, in effect, opened a door that allowed all of this to occur, or what's your sense of it?
Well, she showed herself a second time, Art, but the experimental parameters during that time were a very traditional sleep type of experiment, wherein we were measuring the temporal regressive reference of dreams dependent upon the effect of alcohol and body temperature.
Yeah, but it may be that the very study of that sort of unconscious...
absolutely. I would have to tend to agree with you on that, yeah.
I appreciate the call.
Hey, thank you, Art.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I could not have handled that. Not at all. From the high desert, this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Good to be with you tonight. They've been good ones so far, haven't they? Listen, I was originally going to take the ghost photographs directly, but I'm too busy listening to you. And a couple of them didn't go through that I already sent to Keith, and I'm mortified about that. So, if you have a good ghost photograph, please send it right now to webmaster@artbell.com. That'll go directly to Keith, and he'll get it up. We're going to put up tonight's ghost photographs for you, and I had a particularly good entity photograph that I forwarded to Keith, and I wish to heck he had received that. I'm going to probably have to try and send it again. But for those of you sending photographs now, please send them directly to webmaster@artbell.com, and we'll get them up, the good ones, as quickly as they arrive. It's Ghost to Ghost AM. That's all we're talking about tonight is ghosts. And we're definitely, so far anyway, getting our money's worth. This comes from Tim in Phoenix, Arizona. Art, a contribution to your program. This experience took place 20 years ago, and I swear I get goosebumps when recalling this incident to this day. It was the summer of '81. I was a typical 17-year-old. I remember that. I'd sneak out after my parents were asleep, I remember that, and drive around with my friends looking for girls, of course. Not that we would have had the slightest idea what to do with them. A very slim chance that they would have given us a time of day, but I digress. After getting back home at about 3 a.m., I got out of my friend's car in front of my parents' house, waved goodbye to my buddies, turned around to head towards the front door. As I looked around, I was quite startled to see a man standing in the street between me and my parents' driveway. He was backlit. by the street light behind him, so I couldn't clearly make out any features. I could, though, discern that he appeared to be wearing a long trench coat and a stovepipe hat. Additionally, he was standing next to an older-style bicycle. This is an extremely odd clothing choice, considering this took place in the summer heat of Phoenix. Now, bear in mind that we had just driven up the street directly over the spot where he was standing, and he was not there. I was scared because I assumed that anyone out this late, or early in the morning, as you look at it, was most likely up to no good one way or the other, hypocrisy noted, and quite frankly, I had a bad feeling. In an attempt to ascertain his intentions, I asked him, "Can I help you?" No answer. I repeated, "Can I help you?" No answer. He just stood there, kind of cocked his head to one side as if trying to figure out me as well. At this point, I'd had about enough, and I began to look around for something to defend myself with. Unfortunately, he stood directly in my path. I couldn't get to my parents' house with no alternative. I began walking toward him with my hand out as if to shake his hand in a friendly gesture. I got within a few feet of him before breaking into a full sprint, and I simply ran right past him. And I noted that as I did, it was very, very cold as I ran past. I didn't look back. Now, the next morning, my neighbor, who worked the graveyard shift, no pun intended, poked his head over the fence to ask me, "What was that all about in your driveway early this morning?" While I was somewhat relieved to discover that somebody could corroborate the experience, I was deeply troubled by what he said next. He said, "I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but after you took off running, that man got on his bike, pedaled a few yards, and simply vanished." Well, my neighbor has been known to take a drink every now and then. The possibility of his being sincere and sober resulted in many a sleepless night. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
All right, sir.
I'm calling, listening to you from 105.1 in Las Vegas.
You bet.
It's Tony?
KVBC. Yes, Tony.
One day back in 1984, I was getting drowsy, so I decided to take a nap.
Right.
After several hours, I woke at about 12 o'clock at night. It was a particularly dark and creepy half-lit moon night. Mm-hmm. I had my window cracked when a noise rustling in the leaves drew my attention. I proceeded to look out of my window for a few minutes and saw nothing in the mostly blackened outdoors. I decided to go back to sleep, but for some reason I couldn't, and that's when I heard the fluttering kind of sound. That's when I decided to go outside and see what it was.
A fluttering kind of sound? You mean like a bird or something?
Yes, but it was in the leaves.
Okay.
Carefully, that is, so I grabbed a butcher knife. Creeping down my stairs to the side door of our third-story house, I rounded the corner to the garage, expecting a prowler to pop out from one of the many oak trees.
And having to use your butcher knife.
That's right. I continued onward, and I saw, with the aid of a neighbor's dim patio light, a thin 5-foot-high body of some kind with a gigantic head scurry from behind one tree onto the next tree. It went behind this tree as well.
Wait, let's slow this one up a little bit. A body with a gigantic head flitting between trees?
Yeah, it was scurrying.
Scurrying.
It was kind of scurrying.
All right.
And it went from behind one tree onto the next tree, and it was behind this tree as well. Not getting a great look at it, I proceeded towards the tree with my butcher's knife. When I got to the oak tree, I prepared for the worst, knowing whatever it was had to be there according to all the laws of physics.
Right.
So I jumped past the tree, and there was nothing there. Whatever it was, it had disappeared. Needless to say, I got no sleep that night.
What do you think it was? What do you think you had encountered?
Possibly a demonic entity. When I was looking at it, it was backlit as well. But it looked like it was completely black, whatever it was.
Well, I'm glad for you that you didn't have to actually plunge a butcher knife into a demonic entity.
Well, that's not the end of the story.
Oh,
There's one more quick clincher.
yes?
3 days later, I found a cat of mine that had been missing,
Right.
and it was completely degutted.
It was degutted.
Completely degutted. And it had a razor-sharp cut down right the center of it, and it had been completely degutted.
You're sure that in some sort of psychotic, unaware, unconscious moment, you're sure you didn't degut your own cat, right?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
And you connect the two events.
I kind of do and kind of don't, but you never know.
You never know, and horrible as it was to have a degutted cat, better the little feline than yourself, eh?
Exactly.
Could have found you out there, degutted.
You got it.
Yeah. All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hi there, where are you?
I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My name is Joe.
Louisiana, as a general rule, is a very haunted place, and with many haunted cities, isn't it?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
The Myrtles Plantation is really one of the most haunted houses in America. And my wife and I wanted to vacation there one year, but we really didn't have the money.
You wanted
Anyway.
you wanted to go on vacation there?
Oh, yeah, many people stay in the Myrtles Plantation overnight just to see if they can get a glimpse of a ghost.
Why, just out of curiosity, why do you think somebody would pay good money to get the you-know-what scared out of them?
Human nature.
Yeah, it's some sort of comment on human nature, isn't it? Well, go ahead.
All right. The house that my mother lives in was built in 1974, the year that I was born. And when I was a small child, see, my sisters and my brother, they all told me this. When I was a small child, I had an imaginary friend that I called Sam, and I described him as a tall man wearing all black clothes with a black broad-brimmed hat and long black hair.
May I stop you and ask a question?
Sure.
I've heard so many stories about children that had imaginary friends. I never had one, and I've always wanted to ask, your imaginary friend,
Mm-hmm.
could you see your friend? Was your friend an invisible friend, and you just had this mental image of your friend? Did your friend talk to you? What kind of relationship was it?
Well, I was so young that I really don't remember. I was about 3 or 4. And I was telling my brother and sisters about this, and come to find out, a couple of years after that, after I hadn't talked to him or talked about him or anything, my sisters and my brother, my parents, and a couple of friends were sitting in the living room, and this man, just as I described, my imaginary friend, nobody saw him appear, but he started walking through the living room in front of everyone and started walking down the hall. Well, my dad gets up to go look, to see who's this man that's walking in the house, figuring it to be, a burglar or, someone that just was on drugs or something. When he got to the hall, the man wasn't there. Now, this happened 8 times in front of at least 3 people each time. And he's never done anything that harmed the family or anything. But my family all called him Sam because he was exactly as I had described my imaginary friend Sam. Now, my wife, when she met me, she's a sensitive, and when she met me, she knew that something was in the house. And I haven't seen Sam since I was about 14, 15 years old.
Yes.
And she, when I called her tonight to say that you were doing this show, and for her to listen, she told me that she saw him go around the corner just the other day. Just walking, like when you see someone go around the corner, just catch the edge of them.
Of course. Out of the corner of your eye, sort of peripheral vision.
And she walked around the corner and he wasn't there. And she didn't mention this to me until I talked to her tonight. And I wish she had, because I'd like to know what's going on.
Well, who knows? Maybe the next time you see Sam, it's going to be time for you to go.
Yeah, maybe. Also, my sister, one of my sisters, she says, she relates a story to me about waking up in the middle of the night and seeing, like, a Native American woman standing at the end of her bed that disappeared. And that happened to her, she told me, 3 or 4 times in that house. Well, when she moved to Germany, she was in the army, and she moved to Germany, was stationed in Stuttgart. She said that she saw the same Indian woman. And I talked to her about 6 months ago, and she told me that she has seen this Indian woman everywhere she's gone.
Not good.
So she thinks it's probably a guardian spirit.
That may well be, and it may be that Sam is yours. Anyway, if you see Sam again, we're going to want to know about it.
All righty.
All right? Take care. I don't know about the black clothes. Meet Joe Black, huh? Strange. Perhaps there are entities that remain with us all our lives, guide us through, and then when the time comes, take us out. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. How are you doing?
Well, it's starting out a little strange tonight.
Well, you asked for it.
Yeah, you're right, I did.
Well, anyway, I'm listening to you on 105.1 in Vegas.
Yes, sir, KVBC.
Well, this story, I'm originally from Hawaii, and there's a whole bunch of stars. As you well know, Hawaii's a hot spot for things like
I
that.
do know that, yes.
Yeah. And this happened while I was a teenager back in the early 70s, and we were visiting family from the island of Kauai, which happens to be the oldest island in the chain of islands out in Hawaii.
Kauai, yeah.
And one of the spookiest. Well, as a child growing up, I would hear tons of stories from families, about this sort of thing. And it'll always happen in the evenings, and we'll get scared. And the next day when daylight's out, we're not scared anymore. Well, a bunch of our cousins, my brother and cousins and one friend, there was 5 of us in the car that evening, traveling, just cruising around the island. And back in the 70s, there weren't many street lights. There's not many still till today, but there's a lot more today.
Right.
And we decided to go out and have some fun because, we says, hey, let's go call the ghost. One of the things they tell us in Hawaii that you never do is whistle in the nighttime. It's
whistle?
Like calling the spirits. You never do that. So we said,
So
hey,
that's what you were going to do?
And that's exactly what we were going to do.
Figures.
And we said, hey, let's go down, and the place is called Spouting Horn.
Spouting Horn.
And it's like the blowhole where the waves would come in. It goes up underneath the lava rock, and it blows.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I've seen it.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. And anyway, it was there, and it was like a dead-end street. You go up, and then there's cane fields around there. And so we went to the very end, and we were out there whistling, calling the ghost. Say, oh, here, come here, ghost. Here, ghost.
You mean, well, do the whistle.
Yeah. Come on, ghost,
Like you were calling a dog.
Like a dog.
Yeah.
Because it said don't whistle, and we said, that's just going to happen. So we have this one cousin of ours. He's a little skinny guy, and he likes to scare people all the time, so we thought we'd play a joke on him. And we told him, now that night we didn't have much moonlight, but you could still see, silhouettes. So there was some moon, obviously. And we told him, he says, okay, there's a big old tree over there by the cane field. If you walk to there and come back to the car, we'll give you a quarter. And so he's thinking, well, I know what these guys are going to do, man. They're going to dig out on me. So he says, okay, I'll do that. So he says, okay, go. So he walked, he disappeared. We couldn't see him. So we all jumped in the car and we took off. We went down the street. We're laughing, we're going down the street. So I turn around to see, what he's doing, if I could see my cousin or what's going on. Maybe he's running down after us.
Sure.
And I see like he's crouching over, standing position, but he's crouching over. So I'm laughing and says, oh, look at him. What, what's he doing? And then my brother turns around and says, I don't know what he's doing. So we had a ball. We went down and we drove like about a mile to the bottom of the hill towards the hotels or that one hotel out in that area. And so we parked and we laughed and we were talking and we're saying how funny it is, how he likes to scare people and on and on. And so we finally decided, you know what, it's been a few minutes. Let's go get him. The gag's over. Let's just go get him and get out of here.
Sure.
We had our laugh. But the driver cousin of mine, he totally acted strange. And when we said, okay, let's go get him, Henry, let's go up and get him. And he just, laughed in a strange voice and says, no, we'll wait some more. So we sort of chuckled a little bit and said, okay, we'll go along with him. Well, we asked him to drive up a couple of times, and when it came to the third time, it was really weird. This isn't like our cousin talking strange voice. Keep on saying no, let him walk down to us. So my brother, being the oldest in the car at that time, says, well, look, if you're not going to turn around and get him, I'll kick you out of the car. I'll drive the car up. We'll get him. You walk home.
Hear you.
So then he agreed, okay, we'll go get him. So we're going back up the road, and as we get closer to the end, we decided to turn the lights off to creep up on him. We shut the radio down, but we couldn't see him. So we sort of made the corner, and we were at the ledge, and the windows are down, of course, and we hear this Hawaiian chanting sort of music.
Mm-hmm.
No instruments to it. And I know you know the music I'm talking about.
I of course I do. I've got about less than a minute.
Okay. Well, anyway, we get there. We find him sitting on the end. And so he's crying his heart out, and we're sort of getting scared now. And we're saying, come on, let's go. My brother was a football star, in Hawaii at that time. And he said, let's go, let's get out of here. Joke's over. So he tried to lift him. He couldn't lift him. And my cousin, like I said, small, skinny guy as he was, we couldn't lift him. Well, when he finally got him in the car, we couldn't talk to him. Well, what we had to do to get him in the car is, I don't know if you're familiar with what the parents used to tell us then. If you have trouble, you swear and you urinate or whatever. Well, I try to do that when you're afraid. But we're swearing. We finally get him free. We're going down the hill, and we're trying to talk to him. He can't answer us, and we question why was he bending over and
real quick now.
Okay. Well, as it turned out, he said he walked halfway across the road, sat down, and as we ran towards the car, he tried to get up to go towards us.
Yes.
Something held him down.
Oh, and that's why you couldn't lift him.
We couldn't see him, but we seen the crotch and we seen the spirit. Well, after this was all over, we went to visit our grandmother the next day because she's into this sort of stuff.
And very quickly.
Okay, and she's seen the spirit behind him. Until today, that spirit still haunts him. He has to wear this stuff that my grandmother gave him.
Wow, all right. From Hawaii, where lots of that kind of stuff happens. All right, we're going to go back to it. Ghost stories. Ghost stories. Oh, boy, are we getting some ghost stories. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
Yes, I'd like to say, first of all, I'd like to preface my call by saying that I've never really been a believer in ghosts, and I'm still not really sure about it, although I have found your show to be entirely entertaining tonight.
Entertaining, informative. Now, you say you don't believe in ghosts. You're a skeptic.
Yes.
However, something obviously happened to you.
Yes. I am familiar with electronics, and an incident about 12 years ago. I'm 28 years of age, and when I was about, so old, still to have the mind open, I was sitting at my kitchen table, and back then you had the kids around the neighborhood, and we had quite a few kids in the neighborhood who would come around and ring the doorbell, myself included.
No, I used to do that too.
And run away, sure.
Sometimes with a lit dog poop bag.
Sure. I've never pulled that stunt quite, but yes.
It does work. I mean, the homeowner runs out, of course, and then stomps it out, and the result can be imagined.
I imagine. I would imagine. Well, needless to say, there was a short in the doorbell. This had happened before, and there was a humming in the kitchen where the speaker was, and my father took apart the speaker part of the doorbell in the kitchen, and not only was the speaker off, but the wires were hanging down for my friend and I both to see. They were all hanging there.
Gotcha.
The hot lead, the cold lead.
Right, sure.
Yeah, and
just the bare wires.
Right, and they were all hanging there. Well, we used to joke about ghosts in the house, and there were, of course, your creaks and everything else, and the wind closing doors, and we just happened to be joking about ghosts that night, and that doorbell rang.
The doorbell rang.
The doorbell rang. With no wires attached. There were no wires attached.
Are you sure you heard the doorbell?
Am I sure I heard the doorbell?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure I heard that doorbell.
Okay.
Because this is nothing like I've ever heard before. I mean, it was the doorbell, and we both looked at each other, and it was a hair-raising thing. Chills ran up and down my spine. Now, I've never believed in ghosts, and I really still don't, and I can't believe there was.
So you do have an explanation then?
No.
No.
I have no explanation.
No explanation.
But I still can't. I can't believe that another entity was responsible for it. Although you would have to be ignorant to believe that there was not something else out there.
Precisely, sir. I appreciate the call. Indeed, you would have to be ignorant to imagine that it's all over. There's nothing out there. Well, there is something out there. And if you listen, as you listen during the night, you will become convinced yourself, if you have not by personal experience. Of course, all the questions are, what is it that's out there? And if it is us, where are we? Heaven, hell? Somewhere in between? Why have we not gone elsewhere? Why do we remain? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
All right.
Yes.
This is Frank in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Down in Louisiana again. Yes, sir.
And I'm a long-time Civil War collector of relics, and have walked the battleground at Pleasant Hill for 25 years. And the doctor who owns the land, we built a kind of extensive museum by finding artifacts. And all this time, for the last 25 years, we began running into strange happenings on the battleground. This old log house was used as a hospital during the battle and afterwards. And we had the commander of the Civil War reenactment. He was going to stay in the old house overnight to be on the scene early in the morning, and he had a lantern in there, and his daughter had put up a cot, and he was getting ready to go to bed because he had to get up early and command the reenactment the next morning.
Right.
And of course, they had Civil War reenactors everywhere, but he said he was getting late and he wanted to go to sleep. And he said he didn't want to be disturbed. He told the rest of the reenactors to stay out. And all at once, this ragged Confederate came in with straggly hair and beard and said, "It's your turn to take guard duty." And it irritated him real bad. And he said, "I got to command the battle tomorrow. You go do the guard duty." He says, "No. I'm tired. It's your turn." And that he laid down onto the cot where his daughter was laying asleep, and he dissolved into the cot where his daughter was, and it took him up pretty bad.
Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely do it. Now, battlefields.
Yes.
Battlefields have long been extremely haunted places for obvious reasons.
Let me tell you one more if we have time. We had a New York boy that came down from up here, and I'd hunted the battleground extensively, and the 173rd New York had used a ditch there to fight hand-to-hand combat until they were wiped out. And so I, of course, used metal detectors to find the relics, and I'd hunted this ditch for about 5 years and found everything that could be found. And he said, "Can I go with you? I would love to go with my kinfolk." Now, he was from up north, and of course I live in the south, and it's kind of unusual that way. So he went down there. He didn't know where he was. I didn't tell him where he was. And he found a beautiful brass spur right next to the ditch where the 173rd New York were completely wiped out. So it was a hot day, and we laid down in the ditch, and I never get any feelings like that. I don't know why, but he does, I guess. And he laid down in the ditch, and he didn't know all his kinfolks had all been killed in the ditch we were laying in.
Oh, my.
And all at once, Art, he just jumped straight up out of the ditch like if something had struck him with a hot poker. And he said, something just passed over me. He said, I've got to get out of here. I've got to go. And I laughed, and I knew he didn't know where we were. And so I said, oh, John, just lay back down. Just because all your kinfolks all got killed right where you're laying is no reason to get upset. He jumped out of the ditch and sat down in the old road, and I had to have a little fun with him. I said, John.
Southern fun. This is Southern fun.
Yeah.
Huh?
And so I said, John, you just sat down in the old Civil War road. I said, pretty soon a caisson pulled by horses and a cannon will come roaring down the road, but don't get out of the way. It'll just pass on through you. Well, he was thoroughly shook because he was really nervous already and had something bothering him continuously. And he didn't know what to say to that, so I had to pull his leg a little more, and I said, pretty soon you'll hear the bugles blow, and there'll be time to leave. And he was so upset by then. We were a mile from the car on the road, and he couldn't contain himself. He said, something's here with me. I've got to go. I've got to go. And I said, no, John, wait till the bugles blow. And a coon hunter blew up one of these old foxhorns. And John left that woods, leaving a trail of smoke all the way to the car. And I walked him out up there, and he was scared to death sitting on the hood. And he said, something was in that ditch with me. He said, I know it. And I said, and you couldn't even let me get in the car. He said, you had it locked. So we got a real fun thing out of that.
Yes, well, now I've had a little taste of a Southern sense of humor. Great. His whole family was killed in the ditch. And he felt something pass directly over him. And you didn't tell him. And you were having fun with him. Great sense of humor. Great. Maybe they just take those things for granted down there, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, it's me.
Only you'd know that for certain, but it sounds like you.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I have a ghost story.
All right. Where are you?
I'm in Texas, Austin.
Texas. Austin, all right.
Right now, but the resident ghost was living with me on Long Island. And my son was about 3 or so, and we had a pull-down attic door, and he wanted the Jeep I had hidden for him for Christmas.
Yeah.
Up there. And I said, how do you know what's up there? He said, well, Irving takes me up there. Irving. I said, who's Irving? He says, he visits me at night. And I said, well, how do you get up in the attic? Does he pull the door down? And he said, no, we float up through the ceiling.
Through the ceiling?
Through the ceiling. And in days to come, Irving had taken him to where Irving lives, which was a box of bones in the ground.
A box of bones in the ground?
In the ground.
Through the ceiling to get to a box of bones in the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
So, in days to come, we had an occasion to walk through the community cemetery to see the Memorial Day parade. And as we're walking through the cemetery, he pulls at me, he says, Mommy, there's where Irving lives. And I go over to where he showed me, and it was Irving Riggs.
Oh, my God. You mean it said it right there?
It said it right there on the gravestone. So I worked for 30 so years at a hospital.
Excuse me, but this really sucks. I mean, I don't like graves. I want to be cremated. I don't like bones. I don't like things buried under the ground. And the last thing in the world I'd want is to be in a box with bones and Irving.
Well, that was Irving's bones. But I asked him, I said, weren't you afraid? He says, no, Irving talks to me.
Yeah.
That he was afraid at first. But now, there was a question earlier this evening. You said to somebody, does this child see the person?
Yes, oh yes.
Well, I have that answer for you.
And it is?
Well, I worked for years with a girl by the name whose maiden name was Riggs. So I told her, I said, Edna, do you have any ancestors by the name of Irving? She says, yes, a great-grandfather. So I told her the story. And in quite a few years to come then, she said her aunt had died, and she went over to help her take the stuff clear the attic out, and a picture fell out of a box she was carrying down from the attic, and she asked her other aunt, "Who is this?"
Yes.
And her other aunt said, "That's your great-grandfather Irving." And so she gave me the picture.
Yes.
And now my son's in his teens, and he hasn't seen Irving, and Irving has just, turned water on, and we always say, "Oh, it's Irving." Things are falling off the wall, there's footsteps, and so when I came home from work and I put the picture on the bulletin board by the phone, my son comes running in from work or something, and he grabs the phone to call his girlfriend, and he stops short. He hangs the phone up. He says, "Mommy, where did you get that picture? Who's that picture of?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "Who does it look like?" He said, "Remember that guy who used to come visit me at night?"
Man. Oh, God. So there's not much question about the fact that, at least in your son's case, he sure saw Irving.
And Irving was a real person, a real ghost.
Oh, man.
But
Man, what a story.
we put a face to Irving. I wanted to tell you this story.
Better face than bones. Oh,
I think he was better looking in the picture.
No doubt. All right, my dear, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Oh, no, thank you. I don't like that one. I don't like that one at all. Can you imagine being taken in the night by a spirit to the place underground where the body, what's left, is buried, to spend time with the spirit there? No, thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I don't know. I was doing better earlier. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm calling from Sacramento,
Yes,
California.
sir. Yes, sir.
I was privileged to live in a house that my grandfather purchased, got in the 30s. He bought the land and he built it up. He built it by hand and basically by cement. He was a cement mason. And over the years, he traveled during the war. My grandmother, they traveled around, doing contracts for the government, building, air bases and stuff. Well, they finally planted themselves on this piece of property. And my grandmother wouldn't move. Well, my grandfather passed away in the late 70s, and I came home and leave and saw him. And the night he passed away, we talked. Then my grandmother passed away in the late 80s. And me and my girlfriend decided, well, we'll move into the house. Now, this house was built by a bunch of drunken cement masons. So there was add-on.
A bunch of drunken masons?
Yeah, cement masons.
Cement masons.
And my dad and my uncle, they made the bricks by hand. My grandfather loved cement.
Yeah.
And he would cuss every time he said, "That house I made 100,000 of these bricks." Well, over time, I moved in. I was a nurse and I worked at night, and I lived in South Sacramento. And over time, the area deteriorated, but the plot of land we had in the house was there.
Right.
When we first moved in, things would start to happen. A light switch. We had these distinctive light switches. My grandfather was a scrounger, and if he could get it from a military base, he'd get it. These lights would go click, click,
right,
click, click, and we'd be sitting in the living room, and there was a lot of stuff left over from them. But you'd sit there and suddenly hear a click, click, and the bathroom in the back bathroom would come on. The door would kind of jar, and then the toilet would flush. Click, click. The light would go off. These small things went on. You'd get cigar smoke. My grandfather was an avid cigar smoker.
Listen, sir, I'm going to interrupt your story, and we're going to finish it after the break. Is that all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right. Click, click. Bones in a box. Irving taking me to visit. You've got to be kidding. You're listening to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell. And again. Good morning, everybody. We're telling ghost stories this night. It's called Ghost to Ghost AM. We'll get right back to it. I wonder if some cruise ships are haunted. One would think so. There certainly are some planes that are haunted, and here's my caller once again, sir. Please continue.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Back? Yeah, before I go on, I just want that Sea Crane Company, I found them very amicable and very easy to deal with, and I will purchase many more things from them.
Thank you. You're right. They are.
Yeah. Where we were at? We were at my grandfather's house.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a character, but as I say, he loved his cement, and he would get friends to do things for him and build things. And the house started off with one room, and then they added on. Well, over a period of time after they passed away and my girlfriend moved in, things started happening. Cigar smoke, you could smell it. You could fried chicken, lights would come on and off. You'd be sitting there and you'd get a whiff of my grandmother's perfume, or you'd get a cold breeze by your head. Nothing demonic. It was fun. It made you feel good. And my girlfriend would be home alone, and she'd be sitting in the garage room, which was where my grandmother spent most of her time. And she'd say, "Dang it, Mike, she's back." And she'd say, "She's in here. She's turned the TV on and off a couple times," and she'd laugh. But then things would start to happen. My grandfather had a cement shed where he did all his work for his pots and stuff. And we were one night sitting in bed, and we kept hearing this noise. And it was the cement mixer going around and around.
Oh, my.
And we got up, went outside. Of course, it's not there anymore, but we kept hearing, and then you hear shovel scoops.
Yep. Don't you realize, though, the potential horror that you're talking about? In other words, dying, being so attached. I can understand being attached to the work you have done, the stonework you have done, the house you live in, the area you're in, your plot of land, whatever it is. I can understand that, but the hell of being forever more confined, unseen, to roam in these places, it's horrible to contemplate.
Yeah, well, I understand that, and I felt for him, so we would talk to him. I'd be sitting there working, and I'd say, "How you doing?" And I worked in his office. I lived there. I was actually lucky to live there for about 3 years. And the final kind of chapter in all this, my girlfriend and me were having a bad night, and we woke up suddenly, and she got up, and I got up, we walked outside in the living room. All the chairs were upside down. It was upside down. Well, the property was being sold, so they, I think, were upset that they were losing their hub, because this was a hub of our family.
No, that's right. Oh, no.
Years.
I understand the chairs were upside down.
Right. And so then, finally, I was tasked, my girlfriend was taking a bath. She felt the door open, and then she felt her hand on her back. Well, that's it. She got up, went out, dried off, got up, and the light went on, toilet flushed. There it is again. I got tasked to cleaning out the pump house, we called it, and there was a lot of stuff in there, and we were selling the property, so we had to clean up what's left over.
Right.
And this is kind of emotional because I cleaned it all out, and I was my grandmother was a pack rat, everything. Well, I got done, finished cleaning it out, and there was this shelf that had been cleaned off, but it had just been sitting there.
Right.
And I went out finally to get the last load, and I looked up, and there were these two cars. They were those little die-cast pot metal cars from the 40s.
Right.
And, whoa, that's interesting. They were just sitting there. There was a red one and a green one. And I looked at them and said, "Where'd these come from?" So I picked them up and I took them into my girlfriend. I said, "Wait, you messing with me again?" Because we used to play tricks on each other. And she said, "No." And she kind of turned kind of white. She said, "Where'd you get those?" I said, "Out in the shed." And she says, "I thought I felt something out there." Well, the cars turned out to be my father's when he was a kid. And I guess my grandmother wanted to have them because we were throwing all this stuff away, and they turned them back up. My dad kind of got teary-eyed. He said, "I haven't seen these in 30 years. Oh. So, unfortunately, the property was sold, and things moved on. And I think they're still there. I don't think they're happy. I hope, there was a lot of other things that went on, but it wasn't an evil thing. It was very, very, very pleasant to be there.
I understand.
And I really enjoyed it.
Well, I've enjoyed your story, and I'm going to amplify on it a little bit. Thank you very, very much. If you're very young, you won't comprehend what I'm about to say. But as you get older, a place that you have built yourself, a place that you have designed yourself, your own property, your own place, would and does carry such a very, very strong imprint on your mind that I can easily imagine that if there is some sort of existence, be it heaven or hellish after this life, you would not easily nor perhaps ever, in the real horror of thinking about it, detach yourself from this place that you were so connected to, that you so loved, that you knew every cranny and crook of that you loved. You know, your place, your home, that you remain there. But that's quite a prospect to consider, isn't it? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Bob. I'm from Alameda, California.
Hello, Bob.
Yeah, and I live on an island. It's called Alameda, and the significance of that will come up later.
All right.
But I'm a commercial pilot, and in January of 1998, I was working on building cross-country hours.
Right.
And so I
Do you fly big jets?
No, I fly the small little airplanes. I'm still building up hours, going to do my certified flight instructor rating.
Gotcha.
But off of that, we'll go up to, I was going to fly up to Ukiah. I flew up there and visited with my friends, and it got kind of late. So I started to fly back, and it was about 11:30 at night. And as I left the airport area, it was about 3,000 feet. And all of a sudden, it got really, really cold in the cockpit. I was like, man, this is real cold.
In the cockpit?
Yeah, in the cockpit of this little 172 Cessna.
Mm.
And so I reached up and closed the vents, and I pulled on the heater, and it just stayed really cold. And I didn't think much of it. And I listened to a station called 960. It's an old 40 station. And I had that going on, and they were playing the old music. And all of a sudden, over my headsets, I hear, "Check your six, boy." And I was all by myself in the cockpit, and the communications radio, I didn't even have that on.
Yes.
So I turned around and looked behind me, check your six, look at your 6 o'clock position.
Right.
I turned around, and all of a sudden there's just this kind of glowing green light, and it's getting closer and closer. And I was like, yeah, I was like, oh my God.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so
what was the voice like?
It just sounded like some old 40s voice, you know.
Check your six.
Yeah, check your six, boy, is what he said.
Yeah.
And I turned around, and this light was getting closer, and so I go to turn and push forward, and the yoke wasn't moving. And these little planes aren't equipped with autopilots. And this thing was not, you know, not pitching down and not turning or anything.
You couldn't change anything.
I couldn't move after that. And all of a sudden the lights dimmed in the cockpit, and I'm getting real scared.
I hear you. Yes.
And so then I kind of get fixated on this thing coming up behind me, and as it gets closer, it had probably another, you know, I'd say 60 or 70 knots on me, and it was creeping up, and it went around on my right side and came up to about my 3 o'clock position.
Yes.
And I'm looking at it, and it's a huge flying boat with one of the old Pan Am type clippers had pulled up alongside me.
You've got to be kidding.
Oh, God, I'm not. I wish I was, because it's really scared the heck out of me.
You swear as a pilot to be, this is true?
I can't lie.
All right, go ahead.
I don't tell people about this because they'll think I'm crazy, but I figured I'll go ahead and call. Anyway, this thing pulls up beside me, and it's starting to creep in, and you know, I'm really frantically trying to get this stick to move, and I just look over, and all of a sudden I just see this face in the cockpit window, and this thing's huge, you know, 4 big radial engines.
Yeah.
And the guy kind of gives me a wave, and then he turns off and pulls away, and then all of a sudden it just kind of vanished, you know, and then I could start to hear things again, and I could hear the radio again. So I made it back to Oakland Airport, where I'm based out of.
Yes.
And I landed there, and my mom had bought me this book a couple weeks earlier, and it was called, see, I got it right here. It's Pacific Pioneers Pan American Story. And I just was curious, and I was looking through it, and there's one thing called it's a M130 Philippine Clipper. It's a Martin flying boat, and it had crashed on it was January 21st, 1943. It crashed up in the Ukiah area, and I was like, wow, that's really amazing. Maybe that was the same one I saw. And then you know, I didn't think much of it after that. And I was riding my bike up at the old Naval Air Station in Alameda, and it turned out that Alameda was the base for the Pan American Company for their Pacific flights.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I could not believe it, but yeah, it happened.
So you had a midair encounter with a ghost plane.
Yeah, and ATC, I queried them on my way in. I said, have you seen any planes around me on your radar? And they said no. And I didn't really want to press the thing I was kind of worried I might have a phone number to call when I got back from the
Yeah, definitely you wouldn't want to tell that story.
No. So I kind of say, keep it under your hat and all your millions of listeners, too.
We'll do that, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. But what does that tell us? What hints do we derive from that story with respect to things that are gone, dead, gone? Was it the plane itself that was in some slip of time or dimension suddenly there again? Or the occupants of that plane that had crashed? Woof, what a story. Check your 6 o'clock, boy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, this is Stephen, Fort Walton Beach.
Hello there,
You're on
Steve.
Talk Radio 1260 AM.
Yes, sir.
A station I played a very instrumental role in getting you on.
Well, a gold star for you.
You can just give me $1 million out of that $60 million you're going to get from them bozos.
In my dreams. That's not going to happen. We're doing that for reasons other than money. Money's never going to be there, but
I hear you.
But there's anyway.
Yeah, my thing that happened, it's not a very long story, but it freaks me out. It freaks me out every night I go to bed. And it's where I'd be sleeping, and I keep my room pretty dark. And then I just felt there was another presence in the room when I'm sleeping. It's dark, but you can still see silhouettes. But anyway, I'd be laying there, and with my eyes closed, I wouldn't be moving. And I'd just thinking to myself, now if I get up really quick and look really fast, if I'm going to see anything, just because I felt something else in there.
Uh-huh.
And I did. I got up really fast.
In other words, you felt the presence of something, and you were intent on surprising it.
Right. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Because I always had a feeling there was something there. I'm not crazy or nothing, but...
So you jumped up?
I jumped up, looked up really quick, and most of the time there would be nothing there, but this time, back to the red eyes, 2 of them looking right at me.
Red eyes.
Yeah. For about 2 seconds maybe, and then they were gone.
Oh, God. So what that really means is that probably most times that you felt a presence that way, when you didn't jump up and look, you now know what was there.
Yeah.
Red eyes.
It's only happened to me twice.
It would only take once for me.
Yeah.
Red eyes are not good.
That's what I'm thinking.
Red eyes are definitely not good. I mean, when you think of angels and or heaven or God or the Creator or whatever,
exactly,
you don't think of glowing red eyes. Red eyes are not associated with that side of stuff.
No. That close thing I can, the Amityville Horror?
Yes.
There's them 2 red eyes?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I seen.
Like that.
Just exactly like that.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. Red eyes are bad. Very bad. It does not take a brain scientist to know that red eyes are not good. That red eyes are not your guardian angel. And now, it's got to make you wonder, doesn't it? How many times have you felt a presence near you? Not a strong feeling, but just a feeling that you were being watched. Next time that happens, why don't you try what that man just did? And sit up real quick and see if you can catch a glimpse of red eyes. If you want to. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art.
Yes.
Hello. Oh, hey, Art. It's nice to talk to you. My name's Rod, and I'm calling from Hayworth, Illinois. And I'm listening to you from WJBC here in Bloomington.
Yes, sir.
And I have a story that's kind of ironic, what this guy was just saying right ahead of me.
The red eyes, you mean?
Yeah. But the story I have is a friend of mine was telling me this just a few years ago, and I guess it probably happened within the last 10 years or so. And it happened in a little small town just south of from where I'm calling right now. But I guess there was a family that lived in this house, and there was a family that lived in this house, and there was a mom and a dad and, 3 little kids, and I guess they were pretty young from what I hear. But I guess one evening, you know, after the kids had gone to bed and the parents were just sitting down watching TV.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, these three kids, they come tearing down the stairs, screaming, you know, "Mommy, Mommy, we saw some red eyes upstairs, you know." Red eyes? Yeah. We're scared, you know. And, well, of course, the parents, you know, they really didn't take it seriously, I guess. They just kind of, well, you know, it's okay, don't worry about it. You know, just try to go back to sleep. I guess they went up, checked everything out, and reassured the kids and everything that everything was going to be fine and everything. And so they went to sleep. I guess it's kind of a tragic tale, but I guess a few days later, the house burned down.
The house burned down?
Yeah. And I guess these three little kids were killed, you know, in the house fire. And so I don't know. I just thought that was pretty strange.
Well, it is strange, sir. Thank you. And again, red eyes. I told you, red eyes are not good. Red eyes are not good. All right, listen, two things, folks. Number one, you may now begin checking my website because as he receives them, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, is putting the ghost photographs that you're sending, the good ones, up on the website. Now, we'll see what little section he has prepared for that. But no doubt you'll find a link on the front page. If you have a ghost photograph, a spirit photograph, or a demon photograph, this is the night we are not only collecting, but immediately posting them as we do Ghost to Ghost AM. Now, you may send them to webmaster@artbell.com. That's webmaster@artbell.com. A quick Terrence McKenna update for you. Terrence is now away with his lady friend for a couple of days. It's a location unknown. And I feel quite confident that next week we're going to talk a bit with Terrence McKenna. He has a rather grim prognosis with a malignant brain tumor in his frontal lobe area. But he believes he is not doomed. Those are his words. I spoke with him on the phone. He said, I don't feel doomed. He is a unique individual, and I imagine he has perhaps a different outlook on life right now, something I would love to explore with him on the air, and I think we will in this next week. At any rate, coming back soon with more Ghost to Ghost AM from the high desert. You are listening to Ghost AM. And oh, it's a good one. It's a really good one. Shortly, you might want to make your way up to my website at www.artbell.com and see the ghost photographs your fellow callers are sending in this morning as we speak. Keith is getting them up as quick as he can. Don't touch that dial. All right, as soon as we get the first ghost photographs up, and that will be within minutes, you will find them in the newest site editions. No doubt right above the article from Missoula. So, watch for it there. It will be appearing shortly as we get ghost photographs up. That's what we're talking about this morning. Ghosts. I don't exactly know what a ghost is, but you can begin to make some assumptions as you listen to these stories. On our international line, you are on the air. Where are you calling from, please? Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Jesse. I'm calling from Japan.
Oh, no kidding. Where in Japan?
Okay, Fukuoka City, which is in Kyushu. Kyushu is, I guess, the southernmost island of Japan, the largest one outside of Okinawa.
Indeed, I spent a decade on Okinawa.
Yeah, and as you well know, there are lots of ghosts in Okinawa.
Oh, I know, the caves.
That's right. You know, Japan is quite a different world from America, and it's what's interesting about it to me is that so many people accept the existence of ghosts here, and also even encourage the belief in it. Japan is a island full of, island nation full of ancestor worshippers.
That is precisely right.
In summertime.
That's right. I used to actually go in and participate in some of the ceremonies, cleaning bones in caves of ancestors.
That's exactly right. Well, I'm married to a Japanese national here, and we spend a considerable amount of time cleaning the family cemetery and talking about the ancestors, inviting the ancestors to come back to the home. And so this is all part of a very ancient belief going back to the beginning of Shintoism and before, I'm sure. But there are quite a few fascinating ghost stories here in Japan. And one thing I just wanted to share with you this evening is I work at a woman's college in Japan, in Kyushu, close to the city of Fukuoka. And it's built on a battleground. In 1300, two large troops of samurai or warriors fought there, and right across the way from the school is this large, what it is a kind of practice field for the self-defense forces here, and then they drive trucks around and that sort of stuff. When they built this big field, this big area, and paved it over and that sort of thing, they found these old pieces of armor and bones and that sort of thing. And so every year the town does what they call an oharai, which is, they get together and they do a group exorcism of this ground because people, the farmers and the villagers in this small town see over and over again the spirits dressed in armor of these old warriors who died way back in 1300. And
can you perhaps help me out here?
Sure.
We are talking about what a ghost really is. Now, you say they exorcise them or have a yearly ceremony to try and release the spirits. So obviously,
right.
Obviously, the Japanese, as we do, believe that the spirit does not leave Earth in many cases.
That's right.
For some reason.
That's right. They encourage, well, this is what I was trying to say earlier. The Japanese encourage the ancestral spirits to stay. They don't send them on. They encourage them to stay and come back. And this is part and parcel of ancestor worship. When a person dies in Japan, they have a cycle. 7 days after the person's death, the family will get together and pray for their safe existence in the other world, and then another 48 days later, the same thing, all the way till 50 years after the death of the person. After 50 years, the ancestral spirit becomes part of the group spirit, if you want to call it that. They call it the kami of the family, and part of a kind of collective consciousness that kind of hovers around the family, I guess.
I understand perfectly. As a matter of fact, many people, sir, in this country are now coming to terms with the existence of this collective consciousness.
Yeah.
But as you point out, the Japanese have thought this to be true for more years than we've been alive.
For centuries.
Yes, indeed.
But to go back to the story, though, of the school, the woman's college where I work, the people who work there, the security guards, have seen these phantoms, if you will, these ghosts. And in fact, one Sunday morning, it was a couple years ago, one of the security guards was at his post, and he looked up and saw 3 or 4 of these phantoms walking down the road. And, in Japan, a ghost doesn't have feet.
Yeah.
And he described it to me as being, a classic Japanese ghost dressed in kabuto and armor and lacking feet, kind of walking together single file down this road.
Oh, brother. All right. Well, listen, I really appreciate your call. And you're married to a Japanese national. What do you do there?
Well, I'm a teacher. I teach American literature at this school. and I've been there now for about, this is the 8th year.
8th year. So
Yeah.
you should be in the process of turning native.
Well, yes and no. Anyway, but one thing I did want to mention to you, Art, is that I've written a book, and this is not particularly, I'm collecting Japanese ghost stories now, but I've collected stories from my hometown in Westminster, Maryland, north central Maryland, and it's a collection of folklore and ghost stories from that area. I don't know, may I make a mention of that?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this?
Yeah.
You communicate with me privately. Send me a copy of the book, and we'll perhaps have you on as a guest, and then you can...
Art, I'd be happy to do that.
All right. I'll look forward to that. Thank you so much for your call.
Thank you, sir, and I'm a great fan of your show.
Thank you, and take care all the way from Japan. Anybody else around the world want to chime in this morning? Our international line... And who knows how really far this line could go, huh? What barriers this line may actually break through. That's the international line. So if you're anywhere outside the country, you really can get through to us toll-free. Did you know that? You can get through to us toll-free. All you do is call your AT&T operator and have her call for you, 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. Already, Keith has put the first photographs up. And you're going to love this one, clearly taken in a cemetery with a freshly dug grave, and above it you will see, without question, an apparition. This is a copyrighted photograph entitled Sweet Chariot. And I don't know whether that's a sweet chariot or not, but it's one scary photograph taken in a graveyard. We've got that one up now, we've got another up, and we've got additional photographs going up as you send them in. So if you would like to, by all means, and here's another one, taken from the USS Arizona. And if you look very carefully into the water, you will see clearly, without question, an apparition in the water. Now, how's that for different? On my website right now at www.artbell.com, and if you have a good ghost photograph, send it now to Webmaster, that's Keith Rowland actually, Webmaster at artbell.com. That's Webmaster at artbell.com, and Keith will get it up for you. Keith keeps the same kind of hours that I do, and so it makes this kind of thing easy to do. Very interactive. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello there.
Hi.
Hi, where are you?
I'm over here in Milan, New Mexico at the Petro truck stop. My name's Wes, truck driver.
You say in New Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've been listening to your show going down the road. My hair's been standing straight up, goosebumps, the whole 9 yards.
Oh, it's been quite a night.
I got a ghost story for you. This I wouldn't have believed it, but this little girlfriend of mine that was with me seen exactly the same thing I seen. This happened back in the late 70s down in Redondo Beach.
Yes, sir.
Out in California. I was up for the weekend. I was in the Navy, and we'd rode up to the store to get a case of beer, go over to a friend of mine's house, and do a little partying. It's just right about sundown. Just starting to get dark. We're going down the road on my bike, both of us totally straight and sober.
Yes.
And seen this thing and like a black kind of like cape run across the road in front of us, and really moving, faster than any person could run.
It was, though, running like a human being would run. You could see the motion?
No, not really.
No. So more like a fast-moving, floating object.
I would probably say that, yeah.
All right.
Anyways, it took off up in this grass field where the power lines run through, and I turned up in there and went to try to catch it. Well, I started catching up with it, and all of a sudden it spun around around, and it looked like a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And it took off back the other way. So I got my bike turned around and chased it back across the field, across the street, up this little alley by this park, and it ducked around this corner of this building.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Why would you chase a skeleton?
I don't know.
If I saw a skeleton, I'd be going the other way. But you chased the skeleton.
I guess.
Now, is that a rational thing to do?
Well, at the time, I guess it must have been. I don't know.
Either that or you weren't rational at that moment. Either way, go ahead.
Well, anyways, it ducked around the corner of this building,
and
I got up there next to the corner of the building, and it took off back the other way. So in the process of getting my motorcycle turned around again, now there's two people standing there that weren't there before.
Great.
And, well, the girl had long black hair. She had like on a white gown, and she had real white skin and wire-rimmed glasses.
Mm-hmm.
This guy that was standing next to her had on like a brown trench coat, like a really old-looking, old-timey suit, brown suit with a frilly shirt.
Right.
And kind of a, like a scissor-cut haircut.
Yes, sir.
He had a cane. And I stopped the bike, and this girl reached out and grabbed Roxanne's hands, my girlfriend's hands.
Yes.
And she squeezed them so hard it hurt her for a week. And 3 times she said, Mama told us not to come out tonight. 3 times she said that. Well, in the course of events, all going on, I'm asking him, what's this thing up there going, running? And the guy never said a word. He just stood there, looking at us. And we roared off to go try to catch this thing, and it just poof, disappeared.
Mama told us not to come out tonight, huh?
Yes, she said that 3 times.
What do you think you encountered?
Well, I got to talking to this one guy that I knew that was kind of into crazy stuff like that, and he told me we encountered something with the supernatural.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, I don't know about crazy. And not easily explained, perhaps, but I don't know about crazy. The one that still bothers me the most tonight is the box with the bones. As a child, going with your play friend to the box with the bones. Underground. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Todd in Minneapolis.
Yes, hi, Pat.
How you doing tonight?
Well, that's an interesting question. Deserves more time than I have right now to answer it. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to tell you the story of my encounter.
All right.
I work for a news station, and several years ago I was at a different station down in Florida.
A radio station.
Television.
Television, okay. Television news.
And one morning, very early, I had to go in, and I was supposed to meet someone to go out of town.
Yes.
So I walked into the building around 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was no one else in the building. And I started getting all my stuff together to head out, waiting for the other person to show up.
Sure.
Well, after being there a few minutes, I thought I heard someone else in the building. So I called out to see if it was my friend that I was supposed to meet. And there was no answer, so I thought, well, maybe I had heard something. Well, a few minutes later, I heard another noise. So again, I called out, and no response. Well, finally, again, a few more minutes, I definitely heard someone in the building. And proceeded to walk around to try and find out who it was. Walked into the next room, which was just off of the newsroom, and saw a girl there. Well, basically looked like she was there, but really strange looking. It didn't look like an actual person.
No? Translucent, or in what way different than a real person?
Basically I guess translucent would be a good way of putting it. There, but not solid.
Gotcha.
So I saw this person, and I said hello, and got no answer, and she looked at me, and then turned and started to walk down the hall toward the studio. So I followed, although looking back why I didn't take off and go the other way, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Followed and walked into the studio. Well, when I walked into the studio, the lights were on. All the TV lights, or at least it looked like they were at first.
Right.
And I watched her. She basically walked up onto the set and sat down, and then looked at me, and then everything went dark. And I kind of...
Let me guess. She had been an anchor at some point at this station in the past.
Well, as I found out, and jumping ahead a few weeks later, I asked someone if anyone had ever had a similar experience, and someone said, well, hadn't you heard the story?
The story.
And I said, no, what story? Well, as it turned out, in the late 60s, there had been a girl who worked at the station who one night had walked onto the set, and killed herself.
Oh, my God.
And from then on...
I get the picture, believe me, sir, thank you. Killed herself on the stage, huh? Somebody sent me this. Hey, Art, some ghosts are connected to the work they did during their lives. This being so, when you move on to the other side, hopefully long from now, will we be able to hear you on the radio dial? I'll tell you what, folks, after I'm gone, check it out. Maybe up in the expanded portion of the band one night, you'll hear me saying something about coast to ghost AF. It is in the middle of the night, in the dark, ghost to ghost AM, nothing but ghost stories all night long from the high desert. And we're adding photographs now on the website quickly as you send them in. Keep checking. Keep reloading. New ones are going up just about every few minutes. It's all at www.artbell.com. You know what I heard earlier today on one of the financial channels? I heard that e-commerce, that means business done over the internet this year, exceeded the income of car companies, automobile companies in America. And I find that very difficult to believe, and maybe I got it wrong, but I don't think so. That's a lot of money changing hands over the internet, isn't it? A lot of money. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art. I'm Chris from Minneapolis.
Chris, you're going to have to yell a little. You're not too loud.
Excuse me?
That's all right. Just get real close to the phone. Touch that phone with your lips.
Hey, right then. Hello, Art. I'm here with a couple of buddies. We try to get together every week and listen to your show. I'm calling about 3 incidences I had a while back. The last one was a while back, is actually 6 months ago. The first one happened a long time ago, years ago, in a room with my sister. And some words about my home before I continue. It was built in the late 1800s, and for a while this fellow named Walter lived there who died, I believe in the 60s or something. And he lived in our home most of his life. Anyway, we're sitting there, and there's this light with 2 switches to it. And we're both a good 10, 15 feet away from both switches.
Sure.
And the light suddenly turned on. The light switch was off. And so I went down in to investigate. And the switch was on its on position, so you had to turn it, it was on its off position, so you had to turn it on in order to turn off the switch, the light, because the other switch is switched.
I understand. A 2-switch deal, yeah.
Yeah, so the switch physically moved to turn on the light, which was kind of spooky because the switch would have to move up to turn on the light and not move down. And I waited for a while, thinking about it, and I went.
Yeah, even imagining that gravity might be at work, it's not going to go up.
Yeah, that's what kind of spooked me.
Hear you.
And this happened again a while later, just a few minutes, and I kind of left the room there, but my sister witnessed that too. It was pretty spooky. The next thing is, in our basement, I only have two other things to say here. The third one's related to the lights. In our basement, we have this exercise bike, which is not too far from the base of the stairs.
Right.
I went down. Pardon me?
I said right.
Oh, sorry. I went downstairs to get something, and I went back up and forgot I had to get something else. I went back downstairs, and I wasn't quite in the basement. I could see the exercise bike through the little area above the stairs, and it was moving very slowly, and it started moving faster and faster. And so I ran up, and
you mean all by itself?
All by itself.
Great.
Oh yes, bucket of fun. And that was really weird. Excuse me, my voice is a bit hoarse. The last thing I have here is I was in the room that this light switch thing happened just 6 months ago, and I was walking by, and I looked at the light switch not too far away from it, thinking about what happened, and I was looking at it for about 30-40 seconds, and it turned off.
You watched it?
Yes.
As it turned off?
Well, I didn't actually see it turn off, but I watched the light as the light turned off. It was too fast for me to actually see it move, but the light switch did move.
Right.
Well, that's all I have to say.
Those are the three, all right. Well, the one thing that I would dredge from that and wonder about is why a spirit or why a ghost would need exercise. Now, the one thing you would think you would gain when you leave the physical and go to the other side is, we're done with this need for food stuff, right? And exercise. Why would a spirit need exercise? Physical exercise. Mental, maybe, but physical, why? So that worries me a little bit. Get over there. Hell, you probably have to take vitamins, the way it sounds. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Chris in Denver.
Hi, Chris.
And just wanted to relate a little story to you.
You mean like things to do when you're dead in Denver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Several years ago, I lived in a house with my parents in Kansas, and we lived in an old house. And one night I got up late, and I heard drumming in the house.
Drumming?
It was very strange.
That's always good.
I thought it was a next-door neighbor or something.
Drumming.
And I continued to hear this for the next several weeks. So finally, I got up and did a little research at the town records and the local library and things. And come to find out, when the church across next door and the house were built in the late 1800s, that they had been built on an Indian burial ground. An Indian place had been tore up to build these structures. And I was just as shocked as can be.
And was there more or just drums?
Well, that's all I ever saw. My sister claimed to see other things, but I'm not sure, can't confirm that.
Be enough for me. Sure would be enough for me.
Yeah, it was pretty frightening experience after I learned about this. But that's about all I have to say, so.
Glad you called, sir.
What?
Glad you called, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, goodbye. Let me tell you a humorous little story. I'm going to have to motivate Ramona, who is in the next room. This is not exactly a drum story. As you know, we've done a lot of, and what I'm referring to, hon, if you're listening, and there is the, oh, she knows the sound effects. We were on a trip And we have taken many over the last few years, to different parts of the world, some rather exotic parts of the world, as a matter of fact. And a lot of times when we've gone with Bob and Sue Crane. They're very good friends of ours. Bob Crane of the Sea Crane Company. Where were we? Cape Town, South Africa, that's right. And we were in a beautiful hotel, actually, a beautiful hotel. This is such a funny story. Yeah, we had gone shopping that day. We'd gone shopping that day, and I don't know, what was it, about 3 or 4 in the morning?
Oh gosh, no, it was close to 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock in the morning. Your birthday, that's right. That's right, it was your birthday. We're in Africa, and Bob and Sue's room, it was down the hall from us. And we were awake because, you're on a different time schedule, and here we are awake at 5 a.m. And we had acquired this little African thing that I'm holding up right now. You can see it if you're watching on the streaming video. And so I sort of crawled down the hall and got right outside of Bob and Sue's room, knowing they were still asleep, and I let loose with this. And I did that for a moment, and pretty soon you hear, "What the hell was that?" And you hear Sue going, "I don't know, what was it? Did you hear that? My God, it sounded like drums." And so I crawled away, and I waited a moment. I came back to their door again a moment later, and we're in Africa, and by now they're imagining the worst. They're hearing, "Oh my God, what's outside our door?" And so I ran back to the room, and by now my phone was ringing. My phone was ringing. Bob got on the phone and said, "Oh my God, did you hear that out in the hall? Don't go out in the hall. You heard it, right?" I said, "No, I didn't hear anything. Nothing. No, it's quiet." And finally, we disengaged the conversation. I went down the hall again. Dead silence from the room. Got 'em good, man, I tell you. I really got 'em good. They, if they're listening right now, they'll recall this very well indeed. Yeah, it's better than a cup of coffee, I'll tell you. On the international line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello there.
Yeah, this is Will from Victoria, listening to you on CFAX 1070, the News Authority.
Well, that's the way to do a promo. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Well, it kind of goes back when I was 10 months old at the time, and it's something that my sister and my mom would tell me about.
Uh-huh.
And we lived in an old house there, and my dad was maintaining a farm and everything there, and my dad would go out on different trips and stuff. And
yes.
And they were alone, and I was up in my crib, and my sister and I shared a room, and they were sleeping there. And I guess one night, my sister woke up and went downstairs to my mom and said, "There's a lady in a rocking chair beside my crib." And my mom just says, go lie down and go to sleep. And that's all she said. But my mom had seen the same thing, and it was just a lady sitting in a rocking chair over my crib. And my mom knew that it wasn't a harmful ghost. She got that feeling that it wasn't anything, to worry about.
Yes.
And so she just, let it be. And she had, heard later that apparently there was an old fellow and a wife there living, and the fellow had a heart attack and fell on the lady, and she was trapped underneath this husky fellow, and she couldn't get up.
Couldn't move.
No. And she eventually died of suffocation or something like that. And it was not even a month before we moved out of there, and we moved before my dad came back there. So
I got you. Well, see, that's I think what bothers me more than just about anything else with respect to ghosts is particularly when they die in a way just described. I mean, imagine somebody having a heart attack, falling on you and smothering you as they die above you. Bad way to go, huh? Bad way to go. And to be earthbound for whatever period of time after that because of that. It really is discomforting when you consider what may lay over there on the other side. It may not be what we think it is, huh? First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm sitting in the dark listening to that gentle baritone voice. I'm Don from Long Beach, California.
Yes, Don.
1964, my wife-to-be at the time and her girlfriend and I were sitting having a little fun conversation, and a friend pulls out a Ouija board.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, here we go. And the friend knew very little. First time I'd ever met her, knew very little about, or actually knew nothing about our individual families and backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I got on the board with her, and we brought up an entity, said it was from Texas. And we were asking questions back and forth. And he said that he had died some time ago, and that he had lost a lot of money, had investments in silver and gold and things like that.
All of this through the Ouija board.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. And as it turned out...
I really have to stop and ask.
Yes.
You know, as you're beginning to get a cogent conversation, a litany even of this person's life coming from the Ouija board, how the hell could you sit there with your hand on that moving?
At the time I was young.
Shit.
I was a lot younger than I am now.
Young and dumb.
Young and dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, and also curious. Anyway, as it turned out, we had a family friend, my wife-to-be at the time, and myself, whose name was Flex, and he had committed suicide a couple years before, and he had lost money in a silver mine.
So, there he was.
There he was.
Communicating, I've got to wonder, from way over on some other side, or there in the room with you.
Who knows? By the way, I have both of your autograph books. I've yet to read them due to time constraints, but looking forward to it.
You'll get to them. All right, my friend, thank you so very much. My books, The Art of Talk, which is now in reissue, by the way, or reprinting or whatever they call it. The Quickening, which we're right in the middle of right now. And, of course, the latest with Brad Steiger called The Source. So actually, there are 3. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
I was just going to say, may the force be with you. Okay, you're going to get mad at me because I called on the wild card line, and I'm Kathy from Woodbridge, New Jersey.
Well, that's all right.
That's
You're
okay?
You're pretty wild. So
I should really call from...
No, you're allowed.
Yeah, how do you know I'm wild, Art?
Well, I don't know. There's just something in your voice.
Yeah, I guess so. My mother was right. Can't fool anybody.
You're a wild one.
Well, in 1984, we purchased the place we're living in right now. As I've told you many times, it's a mobile home. And it wasn't here. They moved it here. The previous place was taken away, and they had waited from anywhere from a month to 2 till the place was brought in. And then they said, give it time to settle. You know, no, you can't move into them right away, as they leave the wheels on these things where we live. We're not allowed to take them off. And we waited about 2.5 weeks, and as soon as I walked into the place, I got a really creepy feeling. It wasn't just that I didn't like it. I just didn't want to stay here.
Sure.
And
I know the feeling.
I even went through the thing, is there some way we could get out of the deal? But we had already sold our other place. So I hate to move because I got moved around when I was a kid so much that I like the grass to grow under my feet.
I know that feeling,
you know that
too.
feeling?
Yeah, you bet I
Okay.
do, sure.
So, October, and bad feelings, and my daughter was 11 at the time. And she literally did not want to sleep in the bedroom, and no matter what we did, forget about it. So every morning, I'd see her on the sofa sleeping in the living room, and this went on for past Christmas time. Our bedroom was constantly freezing, no matter what we did.
Right.
And this was a bedroom that got the afternoon sun. Couldn't understand it. Till this day, it's cold. There was a black kitten that was on the porch. and no matter what we did, half grown, we could not get this cat to come in the house.
Huh.
The neighbors chilled at us. They did not warm up. They gave us looks. I don't know why. One neighbor told us different things about the block, but never told us who lived here before, nothing about them. So you go figure. I started to see a strange, tall person. And I mean person. I could describe this person in the dark. Never saw them in the light. At night, right before bedtime, and during bed, looking out towards the hall.
They didn't have a beret on, did they?
This person was over 6'5", like almost 7 foot tall.
Okay.
Then shortly afterwards, there was another person, a female, with the person. Okay.
Yeah, well, that rules out Curtis.
Art, this was all the time. This was way into the summertime. You could see them. You could look into the hallway as I'm doing now, which is dark, and you could see them looking at you, and you could smell the beginnings of when you light a cigarette. You know the smell?
Do I know the smell?
Yeah, just a little smell,
yes.
a good smell before you light. And we don't smoke, but I know what it smells like. I miss that smell.
Right.
And then you would smell alcohol, rubbing alcohol. That was in the house almost continuously, to the point where I asked them, what is going on? Is it formaldehyde or is it alcohol? What is it?
Almost out of time here.
Well, we found out that these people had committed suicide, both of them. Their little boy had been put into foster care, and it was only 3 months after I had moved in that they got rid of this place because it had the old place that it had bad ill feeling.
Right.
But there is a part 2. I had a visitor.
You had a visitor?
I had a visitor.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to hold that for another time because we are out of time for this hour. That's Kathy from Woodbridge, New Jersey. Well, at least it wasn't. I was afraid that story was going to Curtis somehow, but it didn't. I'm Art Bell. Don't touch that dial. Good morning, everybody. We're talking about ghosts. They're real, you know, and if you've been listening all night, by now you already know that. There'll be more of it this hour from the high desert. Pretty good memories, actually, connected with this one, you know. Keith Rowland, my esteemed webmaster, informs me we now have Ghostorama up there for you. We have 9, count them, folks, 9 brand new ghost photographs on my website right now. Ghost photographs that were sent in tonight. You'll see it right there on the newest, latest items. 9 brand new ghost photographs tonight alone. Where do you see them? www.artbell.com. And as you scroll down, you'll see the listing for the ghosts. 9 brand new photographs tonight. Good going, folks. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm Mark from Gig Harbor, Washington.
Yes, sir.
And before I relate my ghost story, I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed listening to your show. I listen to it every night, laying in bed and reading probably a Graham Hancock book or 2.
Well, it's a little different, all right.
And I've been in broadcasting for many years myself, except I went the way of spot sales.
Oh, you're a salesman, radio time salesman.
Well, I started out at 6 o'clock in the morning reading the farm report when I was 17 years old, and went into the sales manager one day and said, I want to sell some spots after 9 o'clock. I've got a free day.
In other words, I want to really make some money.
Yeah. I noticed in the parking lot that the guys who had the nice cars were the ones who were selling the spots instead of the ones on the air.
Yes, you're quite correct. You're quite correct. The people, you know, people think that you're an immediate sensation, you know, because you're syndicated now on almost 500 radio stations. But right. I'm an overnight sensation that's been at it for about 30 years.
Yeah, God bless you, Art Bell.
No, thank you. Anyway,
my story is I was about 15 years old, and my mom and I had moved into this house, and this was back in the Cleveland area, Cleveland, Ohio area.
Oh, yes.
And it was a typical 2-story Victorian kind of house with, the front porch, and they're very set. Their houses are very close set together, and there was this one empty house that was next door and sat a little higher on the hill. And my, at the time, I guess she was 3 years old or so, sister, she was standing on the back porch, and she was looking up at this old house, this empty old house, and said, and said to my mom, see the man? See the man, he's drinking something in the window. And we later learned that a guy had died in that house, and he was alcoholic, and he used to walk up the stairs every night, and you could hear him fall into bed. And my little sister described that. But we were told in the house that we moved into that it too was haunted. And of course we didn't think anything of it, but it was rather interesting when that happened to my little sister, because she couldn't make up that story.
What if, when you die, if you're an alcoholic, your hell is to stay as you are?
What, drunk?
Yeah.
Or restricted to 7-Up for the rest of eternity?
No, drunk. Maybe after the first 50 years, after the first several millennium, maybe drunk wouldn't be so good.
Well, I just hope that heaven has at least some single malt scotch.
Well, I can see where you're going.
So anyway, in the house that Mom and I moved into, we were told, because the people that lived there were actually friends of the family, and we were told that the house was haunted, and we said, yeah, ha. And when you go in the house, it was a typical, like I said, old two-story Victorian house, and there was as soon as you walk in the front parlor, there was an immediate set of stairs that went up to the second floor to the bedrooms.
Yes.
And there was 3 bedrooms up there and a bathroom. And then there was another door in the hallway there that led up a very tight set of stairs up into the third floor attic.
Sounds like a cool house.
Yeah, it was a very cool house. In fact, it was built in the turn of the century, late 1800s, with wooden pegs, no nails in it. So
a lot of them had secret passageways. I lived in a house once with secret passageways.
Never found a secret passageway, but we started hearing noises in the attic. And you could hear a sound like somebody dragging a trunk across the ceiling floor, or across the ceiling.
Oh, yes.
And my mom would come out of her bedroom and she'd knock on my door. Do you hear that? And I'd say, yeah, I hear that, Mom. And so I one night I had a friend of mine over, Gus, and we went up the stairs, and it was one of these deals where you pull open the door, and there was a string that hung down from way up above that would pull on to pull a light.
Sure.
And we pulled on the light, and nothing happened. The light didn't work. So we decided to go up the stairs, and we would take 2 flashlights. And Gus and I went up the attic stairs, and we got up to the top, and we each had a flashlight in our hand. And up there was also a rollaway bed, one of those old rollaway beds that folds in half. And somehow, this honest to God happened to us. Both of our flashlights went out at exactly the same time, and my belt got caught on one of the springs on that rollaway bed, and it was like it was like Laurel and Hardy. We both fell down those stairs.
That'd be me too. See, now this sounds like a real story to me. Other people chase skeletons. Not me. No, sir. I'm down the steps with you.
We fell down those stairs, and I finally went back up a couple of days later and changed that light bulb. And then I decided, this would be a great place, a groovy place to have my bedroom. I could put my Janis Joplin posters and my Jimi Hendrix posters up here and over here. And
so you did.
And I did. I made a bedroom up there.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time.
Well, anyway, I'll speed it up here. I started sensing that somebody was in the room with me.
Right.
Things would happen. The car keys would disappear and then reappear.
Mine do all the time.
Yeah. You could smell flowers. You could smell things. And there was at first it was like a pleasant presence of it felt like a feminine presence. And then it became very oppressive, and it was like I had to move back downstairs.
You had to move out of the room.
Yeah, I had to move out of the attic. It was a great place to have a room at 15 years of age, 16 years of age, but it was
haunted.
Yeah.
I've got you, sir. Thank you. I lived in a in a very unusual house. We were near a place called Fort Ritchie, Maryland, in Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. And the Mason-Dixon line actually crossed through our house. Actually crossed right through our house. So you could, depending on what part, we had a lot of trouble with taxes, where we paid taxes. But the Mason-Dixon line cut through the house. And this house was up on top of a mountain. It was a very, very, very large house, 35 rooms. An architecture that my mother called early Halloween. I mean, this place looked like your classic ghost house. And it had secret passageways. When I was young, we had a lot of fun with those. And the secret passageways were left over from the days of slave trade, when people, Southerners, who were sympathetic to freedom for the slaves, had a kind of a system where they got them from the South to the North. And this house had been one of those houses. And as a result, there were secret passageways everywhere, behind walls. It was really cool. Wasn't haunted. I never met a ghost there. But as a teenager, I spent a lot of time in those secret passageways. They were really cool. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Brian in Philadelphia, listening to 1210 WPHT.
What a monster radio station that is.
Yeah, I just have trouble getting it where I'm at.
Uh-huh.
At the moment.
People, on the other hand, in Nova Scotia, they receive it just fine.
Well, I'm deep in the bowels of a building.
Yeah,
and,
I hear
got to
you.
put the radio outside the door, and it's pretty crazy here.
You know, there is a solution for that.
Yeah.
And Bob Crane has got it.
Okay, I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, it's a little tiny FM transmitter, and what you do is hook it up to your AM radio, and it will then transmit on FM in perfect clarity. So you put a second radio inside, and you listen on FM.
So what would you be tuned in under?
In other words, you're retransmitting the AM signal that your radio is receiving outside.
Okay.
And you're retransmitting it on FM. So you just set it to a spot on the FM dial. You got actually a little transmitter.
Oh, wow.
And it's clear as a bell.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of story this is exactly, but I consider it a ghost story.
All right.
And I guess like most ghost stories, the real creepiness doesn't kick in till the punchline, and it scares the heebie-jeebies out of me.
Go.
This happened about 10 years ago. At 10 or 11, my grandmother died. I was never really particularly close to her. And about 3 days, I was having a lot of trouble reconciling with the grief. And about 3 days afterwards, I had this dream. And initially, if it wasn't for the punchline, I would just dismiss this as a dream.
Sure.
It's one of those dreams where you dream that it's morning and you're waking up.
Oh, I've done that.
I hate those kind of dreams.
I've done that. I've actually done that.
Yeah, it's like the dream pulls a trick on you, and you get up and you think you're going about your morning.
That's right.
And there was a knock at the door, at my bedroom door, and my dad's saying, someone's downstairs.
Actually, it's disorienting.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's disorienting when you actually wake up and it's still dark.
Yeah, and so, yeah, that's right. And so at that moment, the knock comes.
Yeah, knock, and it's my dad at the door, and he's getting ready to get in the shower, and he's like, there's someone downstairs. And I go downstairs, and there's a buddy of mine saying my grandmother had come to his house and asked to be driven here. And he came in, but my grandmother refused to come in. She was standing out at the door. And so I go to the door, and there's my grandmother looking older and more haggard than I had ever remembered her looking.
Oh, yes.
And she's in bare feet, and it's snowing, and it was fall when she died. We had no snow. And she's, like, scratching on the glass. And I, like, go, and I see her, and I'm shocked. And she just says, "Brian, let me in." And I just got really, really spooked by that, and I'm, like, just standing there saying, "Come in yourself." And she's like, "No, let me in." And I refused to do that, and finally just went, "You are not my grandmother." And I closed the door on her, and she started scratching on the glass going, "There is no heaven, there is no heaven." And it really, really spooked me out. And I went in, and my friend gave me some kind of comment about, "Man, you're really cold," or something like that. And I went upstairs, and at the top of the steps, there was my father in a dripping wet towel, because he'd gotten out of the shower, and he just said, "Who was that?" And it was his mother that had died, and I just broke down crying, and all of a sudden woke up.
Oh, my.
And I woke up, and it was the middle of the night, and I'm just shaking in bed, and I'm like, oh, man, that was really, really scary. And it bothered me for a couple of days, and I finally decided to mention it to the family.
Yeah.
And when I mentioned it, my father got real, real quiet, and he said, 20 years before, when I was like 3, maybe 4 years old, we had this neighbor that lived next door she was this old woman who had never married, and she'd gone a little loopy, and her relatives had carted her off to an institution.
Yeah.
And my father relayed, he had a dream one night that he heard a pounding on the door, and he got up out of bed, and he went to the upstairs window, and he leaned out, and there was old Miss Esther scratching on the glass, begging to be let in.
Oh, God.
And his only response to her was, "You are not Miss Esther." And he closed the window on her, and he went back to bed, and then, of course, woke up himself. A few days after that, he was at the supermarket, and he ran into Miss Esther's brother, who told her, "Oh, my sister just passed away this week."
Oh, brother.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't believe it was the actual spirit.
Just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
had you let her in, what do you think would have happened?
That is something that has just racked my brain for 10 years. Had either my father 30 years ago or myself 10 years ago actually said, "Yes, come in," the consequences really, really freak me out.
Or worse yet, have you done something sinfully wrong by not letting her in?
Yeah, well, there was just this overwhelming feeling of that is something that is very wrong. It was just, there was an all-pervasive, like when I said to it, "You are not my grandmother," it was not out of fear, it was not out of like, "Oh, I don't want to deal with this." There was a sense of, this is something masquerading.
I got you, and I can't handle it anymore. Good night.
Okay, Art.
Oh, man, scratching at the window. Let me in. Huh. From actually very serious cactus country out here, indeed. I don't think too many programs come from this part of the world, but we do. This is kind of interesting, from Charleston, South Carolina, which is a pretty spooky place, I'd like to say anyway. Hi, Art. My husband and I loved having this little black cat named Bucky in our lives for 15 years. She was correctly labeled as intuitive, intelligent, funny, and loving by many. She passed away last January. After her death, I instinctively told my husband that we would never find a soul as special as hers if we took in 100 cats. And that's when the felines began inundating us. Well, we took many pictures of the first group of 4 premature kittens that we bottle raised, and in the upper corner of one is a fuzzy, cloudy shape that is easily recognized as Bucky, sitting upright with her tail smugly wrapped around her body. We'll send you the picture today. We're now up to 11 new cats and kittens now. Seems an appropriate, loving prank that she's been able to play on us after her departure from this life. Kathy and Michael in Charleston, South Carolina. Yeah, I buy that one all the way. Cats are as individual and full of soul as we are. And that may apply to other animals. I'm, as you know, a cat fancier, and so would they make themselves apparent after this life? Oh, yes, indeed. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
This is Sterling from Oregon.
Yes, Sterling.
Got a good one. This one happened, when I was about 14. We lived in a church.
You lived in a church?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was we had moved to Alaska, to a town, and my dad was the caretaker of this really, really large church, and so we lived inside of it.
Okay.
And they had like in a little apartment. It was all attached to the side of it.
Now, one would think a church would be a relatively safe place to live.
Oh, yeah. You would, but no.
No.
It started like, I don't know, probably 4 months after we got there. You'd hear people like knock on the door. And so you go to the door and answer it, and there's nobody there.
Nobody there.
And they had the typical church doors where, you have the push bar and you have the little window that's probably a foot long and 6 inches wide. So you can look through, and so you shut the door and you turn around and boom, 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 on the door again, and you spin back around. You're looking out through the door and there's nobody there. And so I'm like, okay. So I start, telling my parents, that really weird things are going on, and they're like, well, just keep it quiet. It's probably just kids playing jokes, and
of course,
all this. And so then I started going down one night when it got really bad. It started getting like worse towards the end of the summer, going into the winter. It started getting really, really bad. And I walked downstairs. My mom told me to go get my dad. So I was going downstairs one night, and I passed by the youth pastor's office, and I just glanced in. Well, here's this black ghost of a figure, and I said the only thing I can ever equate it out is, I don't know if you remember the old Equalizer, that show that used to be on TV.
I do.
The Equalizer. Remember how he stood in front of that car?
Yeah.
In front of that car in the beginning of the show?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's what this thing kind of looked like.
This is in the counselor's office.
Yeah, in the youth pastor's office.
Pastors, yes.
And I would see just kind of this outline of this person, and you could tell it looked like a person, and you could see kind of, I don't know, it's really hard to describe, because you could tell it was a person. You could see his face, but yet it wasn't real distinct. And then he would just kind of be crouched down, and then he would just kind of shake his head like in a no, like no,
yeah.
And just kind of shake his head and look away,
yeah.
And then he would disappear, And I saw this guy like, oh man, dozens of times, and every single time after he would disappear, I would think, okay, next time I'm going to ask him where he comes from or why he's here or something, And then a few days later, I would see him, and you'd be standing there just going, say something stupid, and nothing would come out of your mouth,
Yeah, you're in shock.
Yeah, you're kind of like frozen, and my brain is thinking, ask him where he's from.
Yes.
And then your mouth is going, yeah, okay, and you can't talk. And it just got so outrageous. They had built me a room, because the house was only designed for just a family with no children. So they had built my room off one of the end of the classrooms upstairs.
Right.
And that's when all heck tore loose.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the church was kind of in a big octagon shape.
Yes.
And so because of fire code, they had to put a door from our apartment into my room, and then also a door on the opposite side, right, so people could pass through if there was a fire. Well, this door was right adjacent to a classroom, and so I'd lay down, I don't know, 1 o'clock or so at night, you'd be sitting there listening to the radio or whatever, like this, and all of a sudden you'd hear just tables and chairs and stuff just being thrown all over the place. Sounded like somebody was demolitioning the room. You know, and so you'd go like this. I'd go over to the door, and I'd open up the door, and you'd look, and you think you're losing your mind.
Yes.
There's nothing out of place, nothing going on. You'd shut the door, and then you're standing 6 inches from the door, and the doorknob's rattling back and forth. The door's banging in the latch.
Oh,
kind of
my.
a loose fitting door, you know, and it's just going bang, 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 bang,
Oh, man.
like this, and you're like, and so
Wow.
you grab the knob. I'm almost shaking telling you the story again, because it was such a thing when I especially being that age, it was just quite a traumatic thing. But you'd grab it, swing it open, and there's just nothing there.
Nothing there.
You know, and it perpetually got worse and worse and worse. Finally, I just wouldn't sleep in that room anymore. I'd sleep over on the living room floor, and then they decided, because the living room was attached right to the kitchen, so then this thing or things or whatever decided that the kitchen door was the door to play with now, and they went to the kitchen door and rattled that all night long.
How long did you have to put up with this?
Oh my gosh. Well, till they moved me to Wisconsin. They sent me to go live with my uncle in Wisconsin. So I was, oh man, it was, let's see, we moved there July of '83, and I left, September of '84, so a little over a year.
I got you. All right, well, that's horrible. Horrible. The only thing that could be worse would be the special effects you see in horror movies where a wood door bows inward. But I mean, to sit there shaking with the knob going back and forth, and then to grab it and open it and have nothing be there, I couldn't go through that. Well, once again, you as an audience have outdone yourself, and we have selected 9 brand new ghost photographs sent tonight, this very night, to Keith Rowland, my webmaster. And they're on the website right now. Not 1, not 2, not 5, but 9 brand new ghost photographs of varying scary intensity. So you're welcome to go look. They're on the website right now. www.artbell.com. If you don't get in tonight, then get in tomorrow. Wildcard line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Craig from Northern California, listening to you on KSRO 1350.
Craig, welcome. Speak good and loud for me.
Okay. You and your callers have scared me pretty good tonight. I was driving down the 101 freeway. I don't know if you're aware of Northern California freeways.
I know about 101. I even know about 1, that twisty little thing that goes through the fog.
Yeah, I was coming back from Eureka here back to Santa Rosa from a business trip, and it's pretty dark out there on the 101, and your callers are talking about red eyes.
That's right.
All these things, and it started burying me deeper and deeper in my seat as I'm driving down the road. I look into my rearview mirror, there's red lights, and fortunate for me, it wasn't the supernatural. It was the California Highway Patrol planning to slow down. Nice officer didn't give me a ticket. I told him what I was listening to anyhow. But the story that I have for you is as true as I can believe. It was told to me about 10 years ago by a Boy Scout leader of mine. I was in a Boy Scout troop when I was younger, through a Mormon church. This was a Mormon guy, real nice guy. And he took us up to Philmont, New Mexico, on a trek, about an 80-mile trek into the mountains. And we were up above the tree line about 12,000 feet in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And one night we were telling stories. This is about the 4th or 5th night into the trip, and we were all pretty worn out. And he was telling me he's a Hawaiian guy. His name is Alton, and he come over to the United States when he was a teenager. And well, anyway, he was telling me this story. Him and a friend, when he was younger, about 14 or 15 or 16, I guess he had just gotten his driver's license, took a couple of girls out on a date, and they decided to scare him. They were going to give him a good scare, so they took him to a cemetery in Hawaii. And if you know anything about Hawaiian cemeteries, are very sacred places, and people leave food for the deceased, and you don't touch the food, you don't walk on the graves.
That's right.
Several other things. And so they left the car. They pulled up to the cemetery and left the car and ran around the other side of the cemetery, and we're going to sneak up on the girls in the back of, I guess it was like a 5140, it was telling me, a huge car. And as they came up behind it, they thought the girls were laughing in the back seat. They were, the car was kind of rocking back and forth, and as they got closer, they could tell they weren't laughing, that they were actually screaming. And so they couldn't, they ran up to the car, and at this point, the car was going end on end, side to side, tires coming actually up off the ground the way he was describing.
Oh, my.
They finally get the car door open. They couldn't open the door. I mean, they tried for minutes, and finally the car stopped shaking. They opened the door, and their girlfriends were frantic, talking about red eyes. There was red eyes just all in the windows, and they were just totally frantic. They got in the car, and they drove home immediately. Well, when they got home, my friend Alden he felt some pain underneath his sock, and he pulled back his sock, and there was a bite mark on his ankle.
A bite mark?
A bite mark, and he thought, oh, I must have tripped, I must have hit something. And the next morning, he lived with his father and his grandfather, and his grandfather was an old Hawaiian, kind of like a medicine man, a very wise old man. He was telling his grandpa what had happened. He was laughing about it, and his grandpa said, that's bad stuff.
Yes, it is.
You've got to make amends for what you did, and that is a bite mark that you have. Well, his older brother, Alden's older brother, was in the same room when his grandfather was describing what he had done, and his older brother, really, the way Alton describes it to me, disliked being Hawaiian. He disliked his culture, and said, oh, you guys are full of beans, that there's no such thing as those types of things. And that later that night, his older brother had talked him into going back to the cemetery, and Alton reluctantly went, and they ran all over the cemetery, from one end to the other, over graves, kicking over food, the whole 9 yards. And when they got back, his brother had a lot of pain, like Alton had felt, and they woke up their mom, and Mom came in the room, and he took down his pants, and they counted over 200 bites all over his body. In fact, he had to go to the hospital to have some of these sewn up. And
you're sure of this?
Yes, I kind of have some proof of it. The doctor at this particular hospital, the way Alton describes it to me, was a white man from continental United States, and he was about ready to call the police. He said, look, obviously there's abuse going on in the house. I don't believe your, put-on story of ghosts biting you and such. So he, in fact, called the local police chief who came out. He was a Hawaiian himself, and he knew exactly what that was from. And, no charges were pressed, but Alton was also bitten again in the hip, and where he needed to have several stitches, and to this day he still has that bite mark in both his ankle, very deep, and she showed them both to me, and I mean they are bite marks, they are teeth marks. You can see the indentations of the individual teeth, and in fact he says he doesn't have too much contact with his brother to this day. But he told me that, in fact, when he talks to his brother still talks about, he doesn't wear he doesn't wear shorts because he's embarrassed of the scars all over his legs that he received from that. But
I tell you, even going back in your story to coming up on a car, literally shaking with its tires coming off the ground on each side, and girls inside screaming.
Right.
Could I go up to that car? Could I open that door? I don't. I think, tough luck, girls. I'm out of there.
I think I would agree with you. I mean, he wasn't aware of the folklore until, after, he had talked to his grandfather. I guess, I went to Hawaii when I was about 10 or 11, and my family and I had toured some cemeteries, and I remember specifically the guide saying, stay on the path, never touch the food. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. People put McDonald's bags with, quarter pounder with cheese next to the gravesites because they believe that the deceased still eat and need food and water and drink, and they need company and conversation.
Well, I can understand that. A good quarter pounder every now and then, here or there, would certainly make sense. Do you have any idea, just out of curiosity, why so many stories like this come from the islands? Why there are so many Hawaiian stories?
Well, you're talking about a culture of, several hundred, if not thousands of years. I mean, we are all mutts from other nations where they had their culture and we were displaced when we came here on boats. Those people have several hundred, like I said, if not thousands of years of written culture and ideals and stories where we really don't. I mean, we're basically the newest country in the world. We're, not even 300 years old, so we haven't really had the time to put together our stories and our folklore and such.
Well, that's true. And it's a good point, and I certainly appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
And the vision of that car rocking back and forth to the degree that its tires are coming off the road, the surface, with two girls screaming inside, that'll be with me for a while. And this whole thing about red eyes, glowing red eyes, it comes up again and again and again when we do nights like we have done tonight. So tonight, when you get home, or if you're on the road, I'd keep an extra eye out for those red eyes. That's never good. Red eyes are never good. Well, listen, folks, I'm sorry to say that's it for tonight. Don't forget we've got 9 new ghost photographs from just tonight on the website, www.artbell.com. Now, tomorrow night, you're going to definitely want to listen, because a good friend of mine, Mike Murphy, who has done the same kind of material that I've been doing for years on KCMO in Kansas City, is going to be filling in. I think you'll find it a fascinating experience. He's going to have Mark Davenport here, and it's going to be a good night. That's Mike Murphy tomorrow night on Coast. I'm Art Bell for now. Night all.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, more than 24 actually. We cover them all one way or the other. It's a lot of coverage, isn't it, folks? Adding to that tonight with WNLS in Tallahassee, Florida. 1270 on the dial, 5,000 watts round the clock. They call themselves News Radio 1270 WFLA. It actually is in Tampa. The GM at WNLS, Judy Bailey, and the PD, J.L. Dunbar. My recommendation? Good luck. It's like tonight, for example, we're going to be leading the next hour with EVP. Now, there's nothing freakier than EVP. That's electronic voice phenomena, and my guests, Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth, they're really interesting. You've got to give it to them on a number of scores. Number one, they don't sell anything. They don't write any books. They've expended thousands of their own hours and dollars on what they do. And then what they do is take tape recorders with never recorded on tapes out into graveyards and haunted locations. And they record the voices of, and now here I'll split it off a bit and I'll say, on the one hand, ghosts, departed souls, dead people. Now, I understand there's a large Christian contingent which would view it as something else just as chilling, though. Demons. The Christians, many Christians, would view these not as ghosts because they view the dead as dead, but rather as as demons. But either way you look at it, whichever they are real, startling, scary, will make you contemplate the nature of the world, and that's coming up next hour. It's really freaky stuff, folks. As Americans celebrate the 4th of July tomorrow, U.S. combat jets, you will be happy to know, will be patrolling the skies over New York, Washington, and other cities. Because U.S. intelligence is picking up more talk about an attack on or about July 4th. But there's still nothing specific or cooperative. Under the command of the Homeland Security Director, Tom Ridge, the White House Coordination Center has established lines of communication to be in instant contact tomorrow with each of more than 2,000 Independence Day celebrations. Now, I want to say this one last time because it's my last chance to say this. Some people will be headed towards small towns. Might I make a selfish suggestion? Our little town, relatively, certainly, of Pahrump, Nevada. I mean, relatively, we are a small town, right? Growing, albeit, but small. We are going to have, they say, the largest fireworks demonstration in the state of Nevada. So it really might be worth your while if you're in driving distance to come to a small town like Pahrump to see the biggest fireworks display. I mean, we're talking thousands of shells, thousands and thousands of shells. A big 16-inch guns. I don't know where they got them. I don't ask about that, but I just know they have them. Now, the one thing we could use, the entire thing is going to be orchestrated, coordinated, choreographed by KNYE FM, our little station here in Pahrump on 95.1. And what we want people to do, because we don't have a big PA system, we want people to bring boom boxes, anybody who's got a portable, in fact, anybody who's got a portable sound system and can come out there and put 95.1 through a loudspeaker. That'd be extra cool, really extra cool, because we need to we need to wash the audience in the choreographing. So if you have something like that and want to bring it out, it'd be a good time to do it. It's going to be something. It's really going to be something. We're going to choreograph the whole thing beginning at about 9:15 at night. The sky is going to turn a little different here in Pahrump. It's really going to be something. All right, well, anyway. Couple things I'd like to, number one, under what's new on my website. Oh, boy. Somebody sent this to me, as usual, about a half hour before airtime. This is an MPEG, or a moving video. And I guarantee you have never seen anything like this in your life. It's our little 4th of July thing to you, I guess. It's from somebody named Tom Lindsay. Who writes that he came across a file today. It's what appears to be a Hercules. Let me see if I can read it here. I'm trying to play the thing myself and move out of my way now. A Hercules aircraft letting go a cargo plane, discharging all of its anti-missile flares at one time. This is, he says, and he's right, a breathtaking thing to see. You've never... God, it's absolutely incredible. It just lets go all at once. And I'll tell you something, they could probably fly this sucker over the head of the Taliban and not drop any ordnance and just do what they have done in this video. And about half the Taliban on the ground would drop dead. No, heart attacks. I mean, if you saw this come over you and do that, you'd have a heart attack. You'd be dead. And so I'm sure we could kill a bunch of them that way. Just this. So you've got to see it. It's on my website now. It's been for about a half hour. And it's, of course, under What's New. Just place your cursor over What's New. Now let's see what else is going on in the world. The Security Council today extended the UN peacekeeping mission to Bosnia till July 15th, averting threatened shutdown by the U.S. over its demand for immunity for American peacekeepers from the new War Crimes Tribunal. Fawcett, as you know, landed actually on a remote ranch in the Australian outback, finally ending his record-breaking flight around the world. The American adventurer's Spirit of Freedom balloon made a July 4th touchdown on Durham Station Cattle Ranch, about 870 miles northwest of Sydney. I don't think that's what he intended at all, is it? I thought he was going to land near St. Louis or something. Anyway, it bounced along the ground, get this, for 15 minutes. It just skipped and bounced across the ground for 15 minutes, probably shaking Mr. Fawcett up pretty well before stopping. I thought that was absolutely amazing. That aircraft collision in Germany, a collision warning system was apparently out of service, and an air traffic controller was on a break when a Russian jetliner slammed into a cargo plane high above Germany. So that's great, huh? We talked a little bit about the collision avoidance system last night. I was wondering about that. So it was out of service, we now find out. And the controller was on a break. The U.S. air assault on an Afghan village that residents say killed 44 civilians was part of a larger week-long operation targeting Taliban fighters. Some of the hundreds of U.S. coalition and Afghan troops in the area had fought gun battles with enemy forces in the days and weeks before the raid on Monday. And finally, in world news, this is sort of interesting. As a Texas oil man, President Bush engaged in some of the same kinds of business practices he's now promising to clean up in response to a wave of corporate scandals. Seems when Bush was a board member of Harkin Energy Corporation, 1989, the Securities and Exchange Commission forced the company to amend its books to reflect millions of dollars in losses that had been masked. An ISO at that time, Bush, who was on the company's audit committee, was the subject of an insider stock trading investigation by the SEC. The White House did acknowledge that Bush had failed to promptly disclose the 89 sale of his hardened stock as required by federal law. Wow. In a moment, I have updates on the cattle mutilations or predator attacks, depending on what you want to believe, in Argentina. And then I've got more on the Vatican's time machine. I reflect again, there was this bouncer in England, and they found blood, he was stabbed in blood, and it was non-human blood, and it was really a wild story. And we can't get, for all it's worth, we can't get a follow-up on that story. Somebody has really shut their mouth hard on this one. Now, I want to review with you again the story from Argentina. There's some monkey business going on here, folks. MSNBC had in part the following first article. MSNBC was first on this. A real X-Files case in Argentina. Government sends team to probe animal deaths. This was, I think, 3 days ago, right? Argentina is sending its own X-Files scientists to probe strange deaths of farm animals found dissected, mutilated, and drained of blood on remote Pampa plains, killing some have blamed on aliens. At least 70 animals were reported killed in recent weeks. Some, listen now, with their genitals and tongues pulled out with surgical precision, surrounded by charred grass with no signs of any blood. One horse's hoof had a circle drawn into it. Now, that was the June 19th MSNBC story. Then, following that, we get a story saying that the whole thing is nothing at all. It is just nothing but predators. And that just doesn't, it does not square with story number one, which was very specific about the surgical precision. And story number two says, it's baloney. And now, today, story number three. From Ananova, cow mutilation mystery deepens with 3 more deaths. The mystery surrounding cow mutilations in Argentina has now taken a new twist with the discovery of 3 more bodies. Scientists say the deaths of more than 100 cows are due to, as I told you, natural causes, but they say the bodies have been attacked by foxes and rodents and so forth. How they do that with surgical precision, I don't know. The locals, of course, speculating aliens or vampires. Now, 3 more dead have been found with unusual insects inside of them. That's examining the carcasses. In Alto Belo told El Liberal newspaper that it was abnormal to find the insects inside the dead bodies, though they would not say what kind of insects they were. So here's a story that it's almost like Roswell, isn't it? In 1947, a Major Marcel, who would know a flying saucer from a weather balloon, reports a flying saucer has crashed. Then the story gets bigger, and then it gets killed, and then it's a weather balloon. He's holding up little pieces of a Tinker Toy weather balloon. This story is kind of tracking in a similar way, I thought, in Argentina. You know, first you get 100 cows cut with surgical precision, and then you get a story about rodents, and then you start getting stories about more cows. Now, that sounds just like the way the Roswell story went to me. Now, the other, you know what, Friday, I might do something on time travel in open lines. I mean, I am so totally fascinated with time travel right now. Last night, I read you the story about the Vatican. I'll read it from Wireless Flash again right now, and I've got more. First, the Vatican was accused of hiding the records of priests who've abused kids. Now that it's being accused of hiding a time machine. The machine in question is called a chronovisor, was built in the 1950s by a Benedictine monk named Father Pellegrino Ernetti. No photographs of the chronovisor exist, but paranormal journalist John Chambers, who we're trying to get hold of, says Ernetti reportedly used the Wayback Machine, that's in quotes, to film Christ's crucifixion for Vatican officials. Ernetti died in 1994 without revealing the secret of the chronovisor, but Chambers says evidence is now mounting that the Catholic Church is hiding a working model from the rest of the world, supposedly to keep it from getting into evil hands. Sounds crazy, maybe, but there may be something to it. Chambers says a Jesuit priest named Father Francis Brunet believes that the chronovisor must exist because, in the priest's words, quote, Ernetti wouldn't lie about such things, end quote. Now, tonight, comes a little more on the chronovisor. The Benedictine father, Marcello Pellegrini Ernetti, invented a method of recovering sound waves from the past and converting them into visual and acoustic reconstruction of history. Father Ernetti, a professor at a conservatory and an Italian conservatory of religious instruction for men, accomplished his research in collaboration with 12 physicists who remain anonymous. In 1956, Father Ernetti began to investigate the possibility of reviewing the past with a television-like device. In 1957, he began collaborating with the Portuguese Professor de Matos, who was researching the same problem. Ernetti's theoretical approach was based on Aristotle's concept of the disintegration of sound, according to which light and sound waves do not disappear after being produced, but are rather transformed in some way and remain present indefinitely. According to Ernetti, sound waves subdivide into harmonics that can be recovered with appropriate instruments. That's right, recovered. Ernetti stated that every human being traces from birth to death a double furrow of light and sounds. This constitutes his individual identity mark. Same applies to an event, to music, to movement. The antennas used in our laboratory enable us to tune into these furrows of pictures or sound. Ernetti recovered photographs of such events as the crucifixion of Christ and reconstructed acoustic events such as the Quinticinus tragedy and the original Latin from a performance in 169 BC. Get this, he also claimed to have recovered the original text of the Ten Commandments given to Moses. He refused to reveal any details of his invention, and it has been thoroughly suppressed by the Italian government. So this just drives me totally berserk. It is time travel of a sort. It is not, if as described here, a time machine technically. However, if you can selectively go back, almost like changing TV channels, and you can recapture the light and the sound from an event in the past, then you could end up, I suppose, with an MPEG. You know, an MPEG, just like the one I've got on the website, the Hercules dumping. Oh, my God, you've got to see that. But that event in time would not have to be captured by a camera at that moment, because that event in time is always there. They mentioned antennas, right? Antennas. And that would make sense to me. If light and sound are, in essence, eternal, and if you're on the right frequency or you're doing the right thing, who knows what their machine constitutes right, how they do it technically, but if everything is right, then you can virtually play this event back on kind of a TV. And what would the Vatican go after? Things like the crucifixion, of course. The Ten Commandments. Now, would they like to know about those, to actually stop, freeze frame Moses with the tablets in his hand and read the Ten Commandments? That'd be exactly the kind of thing the Vatican would do with it, right? Exactly the kind of thing they'd do with it. So this story absolutely fascinates me. Open lines coming right up. Stay right where you are. Good idea anyway. Oh, just a quick note for those of you who might be headed to our little fair town here in the desert of Pahrump, Nevada. I recommend you come around dusk, just before dusk, just around dusk, because it's going to be hot. We live in the desert here, and it goes up to 102, 103, 105, sometimes 108 degrees, pretty typical about this time of year. We are in summer, no question about it. But when the sun goes down in the desert, it takes a sudden drop down to about 90, and with no humidity, and tomorrow's forecast, clear skies, light wind, it's God's country to be sure. I mean, there's nothing like it in the entire world until you've experienced the dry air of the desert at night. It's really something. So it should be a good night, especially those of you who have sound trucks out there. We need a bunch of people to have sound trucks and retransmit, 95.1 out here, because we're going to choreograph everything. So anybody with a sound truck, bring a radio and you can play it, and for everybody's enjoyment. We'll have lots of boom boxes, lots of sound trucks, whatever we can get. All right, here we go. Open lines. First-time caller line, you are upon the air. Cheerio.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay. You're in a truck, I bet, somewhere.
Yeah, I'm rolling north through the Tar Heel.
All right, in Carolina.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir. What's up?
First of all, I appreciate you keeping me up every night.
You're very welcome.
When you were talking a while ago about catching light and sound from back in time.
Light and sound from time, yes.
It struck me that the people that you're going to have on tonight, maybe that's how they get their recording.
Oh, now that's brilliant, sir. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll ask them specifically about that as we open up the program tonight. That's really interesting, and you could be, of course, I thought, well, it's got to be dead people or it's, got to be demons, but a voice out of time? Hey, maybe. Good thought, sir.
All right, thanks.
All right, take care. A pretty good thought. Not bad, huh? It could as easily be a voice out of time, a communication from time, a communication from the mass consciousness, and maybe somebody who's dreaming. God, there are all kinds of possibilities about where these audio files come from, but we do know this. They're doing honest work. They're not making money. It's costing them a lot of money, and so there are no motivations to what they're doing except trying to educate the world about the fact that there is something else out there. Maybe ghosts, maybe time travelers. Who knows? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut.
Hey.
Hi. I do want to talk about time travel, specifically about what you said regarding the religious things of the Vatican. Supposedly.
No, I did repeat what you said the other night. You said, well, they'd go back and they wouldn't find any crucifixion because it never happened, right?
Yes. I want to extend that to another aspect of that, to the present, and what people believe wrongly, in my view wrongly, will happen in maybe the near future, which I say will not happen. And I'm going to relate that to the time machine that you talked about, because people, I think, who do not look at this, what you talked about, time machine, skeptically, with critical thinking, possibly believe that. Now, relating to what I just said now, did you see last week's Time magazine, the cover story of last week's Time magazine? I'll tell you right now what it is. Did you see it?
Yeah.
It said the apocalypse. How many people in our country, many people believe literally that this is the end of days, the end of the world prophecy, Armageddon, Revelation, the rapture, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, you got to admit there are signs.
No, well...
Well, yes, there are. I mean, you just simply cannot miss it. If you look at today's headlines and look at what's going on in the world, my friend, there are signs.
Well, let me say it a different way, in a secular way, non-religious, logical, rational way. Yeah. Because there are bad, negative things that seem to a lot of religious people to be...
Wait a minute. I just thought I heard you say that religion was logical and rational.
No.
It sounded that way.
No, I'm saying I'm going to talk about it from a logical, rational, secular point of view.
I see.
Because there seem to be negative things happening now, which might mimic or parallel some things that people seem to say are in the Bible, written thousands of years ago. Yeah. Pestilence, war, famine, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
A does not mean, therefore, that the things that will happen next, supposedly, ultimately, with Jesus coming down in the cloud, people being raptured up, things disappearing, and then nuclear war with people going to heaven and Armageddon, all this religious stuff. Because the first part happens, what's happening now, does not logically follow what people believe next will happen. What I'm trying to say is what I utterly fear is religious people, particularly religious people in government. We have the most religious president of the United States right now in modern times, very conservative and very religious, more religious than Ronald Reagan, who I fear literally believes in all this stuff, the rapture, Armageddon, et cetera, et cetera. And what terrifies me as I'll say non-believer, okay, I use that word.
Well, you're an atheist. You're kind of like an atheist Spock.
Well, okay, atheist, but if I can, as you said, I'll say atheist, obviously I'm an atheist, that he could self-fulfill, not Armageddon, not the rapture, not Revelation, not prophecy, but a secular version is some kind of a nuclear war. It could be limited, it doesn't have to be the whole planet, or it could be the whole planet, or some version, chemical, biological, nuclear, which terrifies me. No, and do you see my point?
Well, right. Yeah, sure. Here's one way of thinking about it for you, Bill, and that is that either way you think about it, whether you think that they really are signs of the end times, and that might happen, which I know you don't, or you think that it is because so many believe, and so many do believe, Bill, compared to you, that it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Either way, your ass is grass.
Yeah, and that's right. And me, as a non-believer, just one more time, if I can say one more time, as an atheist, as well as other atheists, speaking for other atheists and agnostics, who might end up dying from, let's say, chemical, biological, nuclear, if it should hit our country, when we're not religious, and I have nothing to do with any of the three so-called great religions of our planet, it's utterly unfair to me, or for that matter, people who are Wicca or other religions, let alone religious people who don't want to die because they're liberal religious people. In other words, they could self-fulfill not the religious version of the Bible, but a secular, rational version, meaning a nuclear war.
I got that. All right, Bill. Either way, Bill. Grass. Okay. So, complain as you will, it won't matter. You are of such a minority, and there are so many believers that, according to what you just told me, you're dead anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Just spiffy.
Joe from Boston, WRKO 680.
Yes.
I have a comment and a question. I want to ask you first my comment and your question on KNYE.
Sure.
What is happening to Dr. Anderson? Have you got involved with his family?
No, listen. No. Well, we're trying. We have tried everything. We had numbers. We had websites. And I'm telling you, man, just. Psh.
Well, the reason that I ask is maybe you can have this professor on, this guy from Italy who built this other time machine. Because if this thing works, maybe the Air Force or Area 51, which I hope you do more programs on, knows about this, and they're doing some work down there.
Well, maybe we can get a picture of Dr. Anderson or Madman.
Or what happened to them. Now, my question is on KNYE. Can you tell us more about your radio station? Because I spoke with Will. I speak with him occasionally, and he says they have failures over their computers. Do you have failures? I mean, you record all your shows. Do you put them on analog or digital?
We do not have failures.
No, Will said that over at the...
Well, look, everybody who has a mass amount of electronics, I was sort of joshing, of course we have failures, can have things that go wrong. I mean, everything is on computers. Everything.
You don't use analog or reel-to-reel anymore?
There's not a turntable, there's not a record, there's not anything that even resembles that technology anywhere near the building.
Wow. I don't like computers.
You don't, huh?
No, I can't see it. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem with computers is they don't care whether you like them or not.
Well, how do you record all your shows? You must have an awfully expensive...
No. What do you mean? How do I play them? In other words, my show comes up live as it is right now.
But it's being recorded.
No. It isn't.
No, I mean, you're recording it at KNYE for later?
No, we're not. We're just playing it live. It comes down from satellite in a flash, and we just air it live, sir. That's all.
Oh, I thought you were archiving it for your own...
No, the network archives programs. And they do that on hard drives, sir.
Oh, my God.
Hey, we're in the age of computers. You can ignore it, but it's not going away.
Well, I hope you get that professor on.
Yeah, I do, too. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm really curious about that. I mean, Madman's been gone a long time now, and now Dr. Anderson. There may be a very conventional explanation for Dr. Anderson, but it's like he's number 2 of the time travel people. He's number 2 until I hear otherwise. And I can't be so sure that given the opportunity to pull the lever or whatever, if I could do it one way, that I wouldn't go somewhere, when, and I don't know when that would be. But it might be just too tempting for somebody researching time travel, after they send a mouse or 2 or whatever it is they send, to climb in themselves. And of course, you never hear from them again. It could also mean they're a pile of dust. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Eliza, and I'm calling you from KFI 6.40 in Norwalk out of L.A. County.
The point is in the wrong place. It's just 640.
Well, just 640. Okay.
Uh-huh.
You know the gentleman that called last night about the birds dying here in L.A.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, my gosh. We had pigeon in our backyard that was dying and had eventually died. And we've had other little birds that have died. We've had crows that's died here in Norwalk, and this little Norwalk. And plus...
I'm getting a lot of emails about this. I wonder what the hell's going on down there.
I don't know that, but you know what else? Besides the birds, my cat, she caught a bird this morning. And so it's got to have been slow of stealth, for her to catch it. And my cat, that's the first bird that she's caught in a long time. But... I think because my cat's been throwing up, my dogs have been throwing up, and I think there's something going on here that they're not telling or doing that they should be doing because the animals are getting sick here.
Well, when miners used to take canaries down into the mine...
Yeah, I have a canary.
And the canary dropped dead in its cage, they knew it was time to go.
Yeah, so
I wonder if it's like that.
I don't know, but it's got to be something. But you know what? You turned me into that versicorder. I love my versicorder. My next big buy is going to be that telescope. I love you, Art. You're the best person, and even though you keep me up, women stay up anyways.
Thank you for the call.
Okay.
Take care. That's very nice of you. A versicorder's neat. You can record a whole show on a versicorder. A lot of people are catching on to that one. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Russell, and I'm calling from Great Bend, Kansas.
Great Bend, Kansas, yes, sir.
And that's KVGB, and that is 1590.
That's the way to do it.
Uh-huh. And I'd like to say a patriotic poem for tonight's show.
No, we don't allow poems on the air, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate it. If you want to give us the thought, though, that's fine.
Sure. I'd just like to say that I'm very proud of the men and women that are in the armed services right now that fight for our country, and we should remember them on this date because this is a very important day.
Well, it is, and they are the ladies and gentlemen who keep it free. Again, I refer you to this Hercules, Parent Hercules aircraft, the MPEG of it on my website. Oh, my God. I'm going to say this one more time. You could fly this over the Taliban at a relatively low altitude, have it let loose with all of its flares, the way it does in this photograph. You've never seen anything like it. And half the people on the ground would have a heart attack right on spot. You wouldn't hit them with a bullet. They'd just fall over dead from fright. It's an incredible little video under what's new. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. Hi, Art. It's Laura from Miami.
Hello, Laura.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to let you know that here in Miami, we have Saddam Hussein's stepson down here. He's being held.
Really?
Right. It was what was it? Oh, he was going to try to attend a flight school down here in Florida.
I wonder if we're asking him questions.
We probably are. I think they said he's being held in the Chrome Detention Center down here.
Huh. Well, yes, you can imagine, gee whiz, we'd have lots of questions.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
So, an interesting thing has happened in Miami, and I didn't think it possible, and I thought since you're calling, I thought I'd say it. I'm so proud of it. In the last survey we did, they do these Arbitron surveys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you well know, a lot of Miami is non-English speaking.
Right.
And a couple of years ago, I told the manager of the Miami station down there, WIOD, I thought it would be impossible ultimately to ever become number one just because it's so divided from a language point of view. And so I thought it would be absolutely impossible, an English talk show. Mm-hmm. And guess what? Number one in Miami.
There you go.
Last survey.
You're the best, okay? Everybody knows it, okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hey, love you.
Take care. That is true. And it was so amazing that I got an email from the manager of WIOD, and I framed it. I've got it on the wall. It's one of my proud accomplishments in an area where you never in all your life thought that you could, outrank everybody else in the middle of the night. It happened in Miami. Blew me away, I've got to admit. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Art. Love your show. You keep me up all night.
Where are you?
Kansas, a little town in Kansas, Pittsburgh.
Middle America.
Yes, middle name Humidity. I hate it.
Yeah, I understand.
Anyway, what I was wondering, have you heard anything about the transportation of the nuclear waste? I'm really concerned about it.
Yeah, it's going to come to a highway near you real soon.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I had a map up on the website that would show you, you'd put in your zip code, and it would show you how close the nuclear waste was going to get to your house, what highway.
I don't have a computer.
You don't have a computer?
I know. My daughter is giving me static about that. She's older, and I need to learn.
Computers today are not so hard to learn.
I'm scared.
They used to be. I know. A lot of fear associated with it, and there was even for me when I began long ago, but very quickly you will learn. You don't have to be a technician. You just have to learn a few easy little things, and you're in a whole new world.
Not to change the subject, but what can I do? I've called, our congressman. I'm really concerned about this on the nuclear thing.
Well, that's what you can do. That's all you can do. The American public has got to come to grips with the fact that while it's going to be stored in my backyard here in Yucca Mountain, seismically active Yucca Mountain, I might add, that's not the dangerous part, really. Really, it isn't. The dangerous part of this whole operation is the transportation of this poison that's got to be maintained for hundreds of thousands of years safely. But, I mean, getting it from point A to point B is like, you remember the 1,000 points of light?
Yes.
Well, it's like thousands of points of terrorist target possibilities.
Well, we're right on the Missouri line. We live close to Joplin, Missouri. And do you know what highway they said, or?
No, I'm sorry, but almost everybody has a major highway within radiation distance of them. It's amazing. We'll try and get that website back up, all right?
Thank you so much.
You take care. And the American public has to understand that's the dangerous part of this. Moving it successfully, avoiding terrorists who are bound to use it as a target, the inevitability of accidents, all of that is the dangerous part of this. If they just conclude that who cares about, screw Nevada was the bill, the official name of the bill, actually not official, but same effect, and think, well, who cares about Nevada? It's not. It's the transportation of this stuff, folks. You better check it out. It's coming to a road and highway near you soon. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast. Okay, Brennan Cook and Barbara Macbeth, who are representing the society, are 2 of 5 members that are the GIS. The society is nonprofit, and the GIS members have spent thousands of dollars and hours dedicated to researching what they consider to be ghost phenomena. They realize that EVP is one of the most controversial aspects of ghost research, and that there are many speculations and theories about the spectral voices that have been recorded on audio and videotape. The GIS members believe the voices they have recorded are the voices of the dead. most of the time, these voices interact and respond to the members that record them. That's the puzzling thing. In an effort to educate the public about ghosts, the GIS hopes the EVPs presented will help demonstrate that the consciousness does survive after the body dies, and that these voices may help to give a different perspective about life, death, and ghosts. Welcome, you two.
Thank you, Art. It's wonderful to be back.
Okay. Somebody called, I don't know whether you caught the first hour of the program, but we've been discussing this. What's a time machine or a time viewing machine the Vatican may or may not have? There's some serious stories out there, and they claim to have photographed virtually, have video of, or photographed the crucifixion itself, that kind of thing, that light and sound never essentially die. They just keep radiating, and they're around, and your desk remembers what happened to it from the time it became a desk or when it was a tree or whatever. You get the idea. Mm-hmm. That everything remains around, so to speak. And he suggested that perhaps what you get on your tapes might be some remnant of something once said in time past. And that it could be just sort of that it seems as though it's being responsive to you, that it's not an actual disembodied consciousness speaking to you from the other side. What do you think?
Well, that theory may work, aside from the fact, as we mentioned on every show we've done with you, that these voices interact with us. And in some cases give us contemporary information. Yeah. I mean, things that show there's a consciousness behind it. They're aware of themselves and they're aware of us.
Yeah, that's problematic to the theory, all right, but what other alternatives? That's just one. The fundamentalist Christians are going to say, oh, sure, it's demonic tricksters. Everybody knows that. Anybody knows it who reads the Bible. When you're dead, you're dead. And if you're getting voices, if you're getting contact, if you're being haunted by a demonic entity. And if it's your great-grandmother Gertie, it's not really, it's a trickster. You know about that, of course.
Yes, well, the most of the hauntings that we have investigated are not evil entities. On some occasions, they have been known to be helpful, and they don't display wickedness or evilness like what many people think hauntings are.
Well, I've heard you say many times in the past that you believe that people who die and then are ghosts or spirits exhibit the same kind of tendencies they did in life. You know, if you're a happy-go-lucky person, then you're a happy-go-lucky prankster kind of ghost, I guess.
Right.
And if you're a nasty, miserable, rotten human being, then you're going to be a nasty, miserable, rotten ghost.
Yes, I believe that myself.
So, in other words, you encounter all kinds of personalities on the other side, just like you do here.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct, and I think the voices that we have played in the past demonstrate that the personalities come through very strong in their voices.
And really, the majority of people you meet in life are very nice and loving and caring. I mean, you very rarely run into people who are just evil and, as Barbara would say, cantankerous.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to sit and hypothetically discuss what percentage of the population is really miserable, cantankerous people. It's probably, what do you figure?
Oh, I'm sure that there's a lot, but
10, 20%? What do you think?
I have no idea of the percentage, but
30%, 1/3 maybe.
I think it really is all going to depend on where you live. Say you're living in Los Angeles, you'd be more likely to run across more mean-hearted people than if you were living in Utah.
So? Well, the people of the City of Angels would argue that point very strenuously with you, or maybe they wouldn't and prove it. I don't know. All right, well, so you go, I guess we ought to tell everybody the methods used are scrupulous. In other words, they unwrap brand new tapes that could not possibly have anything recorded on them previously, correct?
That's correct. We never reuse any tapes. All the tapes that we have recorded, we keep, in our personal library.
Didn't you ever think that you could get a gigantic electromagnetic source and wipe those tapes as clean as they would be when they come to you out of the wrapper?
That's true, but it could still leave that level of doubt that something may not have been wiped out.
So just for the sake of the credibility of what you're doing, you always take one out of the wrapper, like a new deck of cards, huh?
Exactly. And
I also like to keep, it's really a record of the investigation. Everything that takes place is recorded. And I would not want to destroy that record.
How many of you are in the GIS group now?
5.
5. And you have held it to 5. Now, I would imagine, as public as you have been on this program, and you've been a repeat guest or guests, that you had a gazillion volunteers and people wanting to join, and yet you have held the group to 5. How come?
The main reason is we work so well together. We're really almost like a family. We see each other every day. We're constantly talking about ghosts because it's something that fascinates us. And to add somebody else, a new element, you run into a problem of not knowing anything about them and having to learn everything about them, and then there's just not that comfortable atmosphere.
That's a good point. It's hard enough to get a group of 5 people who generally agree and get along well. That's hard enough, but
we don't always agree, but we get along very well.
Well, no, that's really critical. I mean, generally you get the larger group of people together, and then you're going to get politics within the group, and you're going to get a lot of disagreements and anger and people upset with each other and that sort of thing. So, probably good that you hold it to 5.
Yes, and we work very well together. There's a real trust level that's among the 5, and I think that trust is a very important element.
Where are the main areas of disagreement among the 5 of you?
The main level of disagreement is just figuring out what the voices are saying, and I mean it's nothing that we really get in arguments over. We just end up playing voices hundreds of times just to kind of narrow it down to what everybody can agree on.
So you'll sit around a table and argue about what it was that was just said, not about what it is, but what was said.
Yeah, what was said.
We won't necessarily argue, we'll debate.
Have you figured out that how hard it is, that it must be incredibly hard for a spirit to get something through to our dimension, for lack of a better word, on tape? Is that really take a great deal of energy or whatever from the other side to do that?
From everything that we've experienced, it seems like it is hard, and it takes a great deal of effort for them to do that and to affect our audio tapes. And the reason I say that is a lot of the voices are very quiet and soft-spoken. I mean, the voices that we present on your show are obviously the best of the recordings that we get.
Yes.
But the majority are very soft, and it seems like they have to expel a lot of energy just to affect our tapes.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are really troubling. I agree with Barbara that the voice of children, which seems so common in what you do, that's incredibly troubling. I mean, children die, so then does all this mean, when we hear the voice of a child, that if you die as a child, you are a child forever after? If you're an adult forever after. If you're a decrepit old person, you're a decrepit old person forever after? I mean...
Well, it's theory. There's no sure answer on many of the questions that we get.
But if the answer to that question is yes, then the old die early and leave a pretty body thing sounds good, huh?
Well, there are cases that have been documented where a person who has died has been witnessed by several different people in different stages of that person's life. And I don't know if a ghost can appear in a way that they want you to see them. I don't know.
That may well be
I've
the
thought
case.
that myself,
Yep. That may be the case, Barbara. So, I mean, this is no matter what it is you believe about these, whether you think they're ghosts of dead people, or you think they're demonic spirits trying to fool us, or time travelers, it wouldn't matter. To hear these things is so freaky. Now, maybe you guys have been doing it for a long time and it doesn't quite freak you out the same way, or does it still?
No, it doesn't. And I think to the majority of people it's more of a shock because the majority of people have been taught that this doesn't exist. I mean, since they were children, they've been taught that this doesn't exist. It's like the Sandman and the Boogeyman. It isn't out there. And then for us to come along and play these recordings on your show, it can bother people.
It is out there. That's the trouble. It is out there. Whatever in the heck it is out there. It's real. Now,
yes, we have people contact us. They went out and tried it, and they're shocked that they've gotten, recorded a voice at the location that they went.
Mm-hmm. I've been receiving some emails from people who say, look, I took a digital recorder out, and I've got EVP, and I've got really high-quality EVP, so don't even bother asking that question tonight. So I won't. I'm getting emails from people who say that the digital recorders, the mini CDs, those kinds of things, they're all recording EVPs out there.
And we've had people tell us, we know that EVP can be recorded on the digital recorder. We haven't ourselves had luck with them too much, and so we prefer, our preference is the magnetic tape.
But people really do need to know this. They really can do this themselves. All it requires is a cassette recorder, probably a good one if you can get it, and blank tapes, and you can go to... Now, look, do you really recommend for somebody out there who's going to try what, after hearing this tonight, they're going to try it. Now, would you recommend they go to graveyards? Would you recommend they go to places that have a reputation for being haunted? What?
Any place that is associated with death.
Now, people can go to cemeteries in the day. They don't have to go at nighttime.
You haven't
noticed recorded voices at all hours of the day and night. It does not seem to matter.
With equal frequency?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess if you've got a ghost, it's going to be there day and night, huh?
Yes. The reason that we go out at night most of the time is for our infrared equipment, and because it is more quiet.
Plus, you probably have day jobs, huh?
Yes. Most of us do. There's one that works nights, but it's more quiet. The hubbub of the day is gone, and it's more quiet at that time, and so there's less interruption, and we're able to use our infrared equipment in the dark better. It doesn't work during the day, but just to strictly record for EVP, you can do that any hour of the day. You don't have to wait for the sun to go down and go into a graveyard. You can take a stroll at noon.
Mm-hmm. The implication being then, graveyards are good because the spirits of the dead hang around their old bodies, yes?
That's true, and I also believe that the emotional feeling in graveyards is such that it can draw ghosts to it or keep them there.
Curious about something. I'm very curious about something. Brendan, when you die, what are your instructions? You're going to be buried or cremated?
I'm looking at cremation.
Barbara?
Oh, I want to be buried.
Buried, huh?
Yeah.
You see, because it just sounds like such a lonely little trek to be making around your own gravesite.
Well, if I am able to stay as a ghost, which I would like to do for a while.
You really do want to?
Oh, yeah, I think it would be kind of...
a kick?
It'd be kind of interesting to see that experience, to experience that. But I would like to be able to, if I'm able to.
All right,
I don't know if I have the state of mind to be one. I think most of them are quite miserable, and I'm not, so I don't know if I'll be able to stay.
Nevertheless, you've decided to go for the 6 foot under thing. Now I'm curious, Brendan, have you decided to be cremated for the very reason that we're talking about right now?
Yeah, pretty much. That pretty much covers it.
I thought so. And the rest of the group?
I don't think we've actually talked about it.
I know Roger wants to be buried.
Uh-huh.
I don't know for sure. I think Jenny is too young. I'm surprised Brendan's given it too much thought because of his age.
Oh, so you mean you're surprised to hear what he just said?
Well, I'm just surprised that he thought about it at all because of his age.
Well, doing what you guys do, how could you not think about it? Oh, well, and listen, we got a break coming up, and then we'll start with EVP. We've got recordings coming up that, again, whether you consider them to be ghosts, the dearly departed, or not so dearly departed, we were glad to see him go. Whether you think it's that, or whether you think it's some sort of evil entity, either way, it's pretty freaky stuff. So prepare yourself, high down, buckle in, and after the break, we enter the world of EVP. Literally into the night now we go with Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth of GIS. All right, you two, here we go. What leads it off tonight?
All right, well, we decided we'd start this off with a kid's voice.
Naturally.
This was recorded in a cemetery, and we had actually just bought a new infrared night scope this night. And we were testing it out in the cemetery so we'd have a nice wide open space.
Well, I love those things. I've got some third-gen stuff, and I love it. It's more fun. What do you guys think? You like it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We've gotten 2 of them now.
Oh, really?
And this one, the one we were testing that night was actually a nice little, it was a Russian military scope.
Most of them are, yeah.
It was great. But in this clip, you'll hear Barbara say, come and see Brendan if it makes a difference with the infrared. And a couple of seconds after she says that, you'll hear a child say, and it sounds like the child says a perfect circle.
A perfect circle. I wonder, okay, well, let's listen. Here it is, folks.
Come and see Brendan if it makes a difference with the infrared.
Yeah, I hear it. Perfect circle. I heard it right at the end. One more time. Listen very carefully, everybody. Somehow my brain didn't hear it until the very last play. It's replayed 3 times. The EVP itself, in this case, obviously a child's voice, is replayed 3 times after the original sentence in response. So listen very, very carefully. It does say perfect circle, I think.
Come and see Brendan if it makes a difference with the infrared.
That sounds like it's a circle to me. It's a circle, it sounds like.
It's a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Yeah.
Or a perfect circle. It could be either one, but it's one of the two. And I wonder if that child, that disembodied child, was referring to the perfect circle of light from the infrared.
That's what I was wondering, how the infrared emits that beam and it comes out as a circle. I almost wondered that myself.
A child's voice. You get these emails from people who say, you've probably seen them, they're just sort of spam emails, and they say, I've resigned as an adult, I'm going back to being an 8-year-old, I wonder if some adults who die, even seniors, are able to do the cocoon thing on the other side, and if they want to, become children again. That would be the bright side of looking at the children's voices.
That's kind of a theory that I'm thinking about takes place. I just can't imagine there being that many children's spirits.
Well, I don't know, Barbara. A lot of children die, but I mean, if that thought and theory is comfortable for your mind, then embrace it.
That's more comfortable to me.
All right, the next one.
This was recorded by Jenny, and you will hear Jenny say, we had a person there accompanying us on this investigation. This was in a cemetery, and Jenny asks, you'll hear her say, want to go look for that grave, and the person that was there with us says, yeah. And you'll hear, it sounds like an old woman. It says, so do I.
Oh, by an old woman yet, huh? All right, here we go.
Do you want to go look for that grave? Yeah.
Oh, God, that does sound like a decrepit old voice. I'm doing these twice. They're doing them 3 times, and I'm doing them twice just because I want to hear myself listen.
Do you want to go look for that grave? Yeah.
That's really creepy. That's really creepy. I mean, we went from a child to that lady sounded like she was 99 years old.
Yeah, she does. And I believe that they intend for us to hear them.
Can either one of you recall, it tends to come in just a couple of, or a few words, just 1 in a million, you get a whole sentence. Has anything ever come to you that suggests the nature of the other side? And anything spoken? We've done hundreds of these clips now on the air, and I'm wondering if anything ever has told you what it's like there.
We have heard voices. One of the questions we ask quite frequently is, what is it like where you're at?
Yes.
Are you happy where you're at? And that kind of a thing. And we have heard voices. One said it was cold. It just said the word cold.
Yeah, and I remember a child said it's dark in here or something like that.
Yes.
It's cold and it's dark. That really sounds attractive, huh?
Well, and the child saying it's dark in here was interesting because the light had just been turned on. So it kind of makes you wonder.
See, Brennan, I'm with you. Cook me at the end.
For the record, Barry wants to be cooked, too.
Oh, he don't? Oh, really? Okay. Did you get a phone call or something?
No, he's here.
He's there. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm with him. Cook me and scatter me. All right. So a child and an old lady, and now what?
All right. Well, this one was also recorded by JIS member Jenny. And in this clip, you hear her say, let me live in there. It's warm in there. And directly after that, you hear a voice. It sounds like end of my life.
Now, it's Jenny saying, let me live in here?
Yeah, Jenny says, let me live in there. It's warm in there.
It's warm. Okay.
She was referring to a mosquito that had just flown into one of the members' ears.
Oh, that's interesting side note. Referring to a mosquito that flew into an ear. All right, here we go.
Let me live in there. It's warm in there. I lose my life.
Ooh.
I lose my life. I lose my life.
Oh, without question, end of my life is what I'm hearing. Oh, that's weird. Let's one more time.
Let me live in there. It's warm in there. I lose my life. I lose my life. I lose my life.
End of my life, clear as can be.
And Art, one thing to notice, did you happen to notice the weird cadence of the voice itself?
Yes, I did.
It had a very weird speech.
End of my life. Something that I suppose a ghost, something that would remain here, would have time to consider the end of my life. End of my life. Yeah, really, that's but that's very non-responsive, isn't it, to the comment that was made?
Right. It really has nothing to do with what was said there.
Now, what percentage would you say of your EVPs are in fact obviously responsive to something you've said or one of your members has said, versus those EVPs that you have no connection for?
I just guessing. We haven't really looked at it and done a percentage of them, but I would say just off the top of my head, probably 60 to 70% are interacting with us. We'll talk about what we're doing or what we're saying, and
Boy, that's a high percentage.
Yes, it is.
In fact, the next voice is a really good example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then next it shall be number 4.
At this time when Jenny recorded this voice, it was in the middle of winter. It was probably below freezing, and we were sitting in our chairs out in the middle of a cemetery, and I had gotten a blanket out of the car, and me and Jenny were sitting side by side, covered up with the blanket. And you will hear Jenny ask me, "Did you just pull down the blanket?" And I'll answer her, "No." You'll hear it sounds like a child that says, "I did."
I did.
And
as in, I did pull down the blanket.
Yes, and then she'll say, "Did you feel like a tug?" And I say, "No." But she had felt the blanket being pulled down. She looked over at me and asked me.
Yeah, I've had a lot of stories from my callers and emailers about blankets being yanked off them. So let's listen to this.
Did you just pull down the blanket?
No.
I did.
Ooh.
Did you feel like a tug?
No.
That sounds very directly responsive, and it does sound like a child, and that's totally freaky. Here we go.
Did you just pull down the blanket?
No.
I did. Did you feel like a tug?
No.
How do you guys handle that? I couldn't handle that. I mean, you were in a graveyard?
Yes, we were.
And you were lying down and had a blanket?
We were sitting in we bring our chairs, and
I see. And
we're sitting in our chairs, and it had gotten so cold sitting there that I got a wool blanket out of the car and covered up.
I'm going to ask this again. I know I've asked before, but I just can't resist. You know, you guys are holding doors open here. I mean, I've fooled around with a million different things on my program, and what I've concluded, one of the things I've concluded, is that when you talk about the kinds of things we're talking about tonight, you open certain doors. I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, even the discussion, the fact that your mind is thinking about this kind of thing, opens a door for you. And aren't you all worried that occasionally something's going to come through that you're not going to like?
No. I've been involved with this for years. I've never had an occasion where something has threatened or harmed me. I've had things happen to get my attention. I believe that it's to get my attention, but nothing has ever hurt me.
By the way, Michael in Villa Park, Illinois, is suggesting, with regard to the mosquito that was in the air, he says, maybe it was the mosquito that said, "End of my life," when it flew into the person's ear. Oh, boy.
I'd like to meet that mosquito.
Yeah. Well, you've really got to... you got to have a sense of humor a little bit, I guess, about all of this, or else you wouldn't do it. All right, number 5.
All right, well, this one was also recorded by GIS member Jenny.
Boy, she's an active little young lady, isn't she?
Yes, she is. And on this clip, this was also recorded in a cemetery, and it was a cemetery that we've previously witnessed a ghost light in.
Oh.
And we were looking for the light this night, and you'll hear her ask, "Do you see a light?" And Roger, Barbara's husband, GIS member Roger, says, "What? Oh, no." And then right after he says no, you hear a woman, and she almost sounds like a broken record. She says, "Yes, yes, yes, yes."
Really?
And then I say, "Wow," because I thought I saw the light. And then Jenny says, "What? Did you see it?"
Okay, here it comes.
Do you see light?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Huh. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Wow.
It almost sounds like the person says wow, or somebody says wow right after the yeses.
Yeah, that was me that said wow.
And why did you say wow?
Because I thought I had seen the light, and it turned out to be just a reflection of a car headlight. But
well, that's good and honest. This is such freaky stuff. I don't know. It makes me question the nature of death. It really does. And I guess maybe it should make us all question the nature of death, huh?
Well, I'm not sure how freaky it is. It definitely is fascinating, though.
No, I say freaky. Not in a freak show kind of way, just in a scary kind of way.
I think it's something that we don't. I don't think that we can fully comprehend it.
Nor are we meant to at this point.
No, I don't think we are meant to.
Are we meant to even be looking at and listening to the kinds of things we're listening to tonight? Do you think we're meant to do that?
I believe so.
Or do you think it's just some accident of dimensional difference that allows, some sort of voice to be imprinted in an electronic way that really is just an accident, and otherwise we're not supposed to be exposed to what we're hearing here?
No, I really think we are supposed to be hearing it. I don't think it would be possible if we weren't meant to hear it.
Let's do one more.
This was recorded by Roger, and we had arrived at a mausoleum. We were standing outside. It was in February. It was freezing cold.
It's probably 11 o'clock at night.
It was around 11 o'clock, and we were waiting for the caretaker to come and unlock the door, let us in. And you will hear Roger say, "We welcome anyone here to talk with us. We're back." Well, in between those two sentences, you will hear kids screaming. There was no kids at that time of night.
Kids screaming?
It sounds like, you know how children sound when they're screaming, playing, running away, or so, running and screaming and playing. That's what it sounds like.
All right, let's take a listen. Here we go.
Welcome anyone here to talk with us. We're back.
Oh, boy, that does sound like kids screaming, doesn't it? Particularly in context with, almost more when it's in context with what's being said than when you hear it individually. Let's hear it again.
Welcome anyone here to talk with us. We're back.
That sounds like several children, doesn't it?
Yes, and we've had a lot of, we've recorded a lot of children in that area, and there have been reports of children in that area of the grounds of that mausoleum and cemetery.
Well, again, though, that leans us toward the idea that die as a child, remain as a child. It tips it back in that direction.
Yes, it does.
And I don't know if that's my idea of the way it ought to be. Of course, who am I? It is. I guess it's going to be whatever it's going to be, and I'm not going to have a thing to say about it. Or maybe I will. Maybe everybody gets what they think they're going to get over on the other side. I don't know.
I don't know. It's all theory. There's no known things about this phenomena.
You would rather not hear children, right, Barbara?
Yes, I would prefer not to hear children.
And yet,
sometimes I wonder if it's a young, or sometimes women's voices will sound childlike. And,
that's true.
And there is that possibility that it's just a female voice that sounds like a little child. But there are some words that are pronounced that they just sound like children.
Maybe, but I've heard some EVPs that are unmistakably, unquestionably children.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
All right, you two, hold it right there. The Ghost Investigators Society, an electronic voice phenomena. From where? And from what time? I don't know. We don't know. But either way, it's pretty weird. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because obviously I'm reading commercials live and I have no time to do anything else. I just caught this email that came rolling in just during the last break, and I read the email, which I'll read to you here shortly. First, I'm going to forward this to Keith Rowland, and we're going to get it up on the website right away. I don't see any reason why we can't. This is about something that happened in Montana, and so let's send it to Keith right now. This is the beauty of live radio. You can do this kind of thing, and there it goes, winging its way to Keith. All right, Keith, when you get this, regarding the situation in Montana, would you please post these photographs as well as the email? I don't see any instructions saying we can't here. He even gives us his email address. Oh, my God. We get the weirdest stuff. Anyway, that's on the way to Keith right now. So I'll read you the email here at the bottom of the hour. Right now, we're going to return to the GIS folks, and we're going to return to, well, whatever it is that we're hearing, quite apparently, from the other side. Welcome back, you two.
Thank you, Art.
Okay, we have lots of work to do tonight in terms of getting all this on the air properly. So, what's coming next?
All right, well, this voice was recorded by Barbara, and it was actually, we were contacted by a lady who had heard us on your show a few times, and she was contacting us regarding her parents' house, which obviously was haunted. She said that her children that would stay there had seen things, shadows, things like that.
Right.
Doors opening and weird noises. I mean, it was literally your typical haunting. We were just packing up our stuff, and we were kind of getting everything ready to go, when this voice comes in that either says, have them come back or have Brendan come back.
Any real thoughts on which it meant?
No, not really.
All right. Let's see if, wait a minute here. Let me get the right CD in here, or that's not going to work at all. When we're doing these kinds of shows, I've got to end up shuffling CDs back and forth, folks, so sorry about that. Okay, here it comes now. All right, now, see, I'm not as sure of that one. I'm not as sure. You're saying it says, have them come back? Probably. Is that right?
Yes.
I can't make that one out. I'm being honest with you, Azize. Let me try again. Okay, the one word I can get out of that clearly is come back. I do get that at the end, but I can't tell about the first part. I bet you sit around the table arguing about this stuff. Discussing what it is you just heard all the time, especially when you get to something like this.
We do, honestly.
We debate back and forth on what we hear. And
how many of them are really hard calls as opposed to, everybody sitting around the table and you play it and everybody immediately agrees on what they just heard?
Well, quite a few of them, actually. Very rarely do we actually record a voice where every single member listens to it and says, oh, that has to be what it's saying. I mean, a lot of times we record very, very clear voices, but it's still hard to discern what's being said.
All right, onward. Number 8.
This next voice was recorded by Barry. We had been invited to a friend's relative's home. It had been in his family for generations, and it's in a little rural area down below Salt Lake City. It's a beautiful old home. The bricks were made out of the local dirt there, I mean, it's a beautiful 2-story old home. And we had we were spending the night there at the house, and no one lives in it at this time. And we had all gone out onto it has several porches around the house, and we had gone out on one of the porches, and he recorded this, and it sounds like the voice says, I tried to get up.
I tried to get up. And was there anything that prompted it? Was it interactive, or you don't think so? It was
we had just gone out to sit out on the porch. It had chairs out on the porch, and we were just going out to sit.
Okay, so I tried to get up, huh? I hear clearly I tried. I'm not sure about get up. Everybody's ear is going to be a little different, but I clearly hear I tried. Let's do it again. All right, I got the I tried part down very clearly. I'm not sure about the last part. You too?
Oh, I hear. I tried to get up. That's what I hear.
Do you ever wonder whether with something like that, you're eventually making yourself hear something, your brain is forcing you to put it in some logical order because your brain is expecting it in some logical order. So after you've listened to it the millionth time, your brain wires itself and you hear exactly that.
Yeah, well, that's human nature, is to try and discern voices.
Make order from disorder, yes.
Exactly. I mean, when we hear these, we automatically try to put them into languages, especially the English language, and make phrases out of them. And that's especially hard when we get voices in, say, German or other languages.
Yeah, I've got somebody asking my computer why you're only getting snatches and parts of sentences and not more complete soliloquies of some sort, some real big message. You're just getting few words. Why do you think that is, they ask?
That goes back to what I was saying earlier, that I think it really takes an effort on their part to even get these few words out. Very rarely have we got anything over a sentence. In fact, I don't really think we have got anything over a sentence.
If I was going down the highway at about 60 or 70 miles an hour in a big 18-wheeler and I had this show rolling right now, I don't know how I'd handle that. In the dark, on the road, in the middle of the night. All right, number 9.
All right, well, this gets into an interesting subject. Virtually every show we've done with you, you have asked us about a real-time recorder, and that we need to get one or...
Okay, audience, here's what I meant by that. In other words, you could get a recorder which would have a record head, and then it would track over to an active playhead so that you could say, "Are you out there?" And like about a second later, it would pass over the playhead, and you would perhaps get an immediate answer to your question, instead of having to go for hours and hours and hours of reviewing tape to find these EVPs, which is what these two do. You would hear an instant response, and so we thought that was a really good idea, and somebody went to work on that idea for you all, right?
That is true. A wonderful man named Christopher Helms, who's an electronics engineer, has heard us on the show a few times and had actually had one built by the time that we did your last show in April. And finally, we finally got in contact with him, and we actually have 2 real-time recorders now.
Oh my.
It is, and I guess he also has another one that is being ready to get sent to us. One of them has a 386 amp built onto it to kind of amplify the second playhead, so the voices are a little bit louder.
Well then, I guess my first question to you would be, obviously, it's worked, right?
It has worked.
It has worked. All right, when you hear, it may be one thing to go home and sit down and intellectually play back a tape and catch something, eerie and freaky as that is, but to hear it in the graveyard, on the spot, at the time, that's got to set you back a little.
Well, I'll tell you, the first really, really strong, clear EVP that we recorded with the real-time recorder was, and it's a voice that will be on the show tonight, and the voice says, "I feel so bad," and it was referring, we assume was referring to a lady that was here talking about her friend's mother that had passed away with cancer. And when I had the headphones on, and when I heard that voice, it shocked me, and I immediately turned to Barry, who was sitting right next to me, and I asked him, did you just say anything? And he, of course, was sitting kind of slumped back in his seat, not moving like he had just said anything. I mean, his body language wasn't congruent with somebody who had just spoke.
Understand, yes.
And I talked with everybody and asked them, did Barry just say anything?
Well, listen to me now. The next thing, obviously, to try is to get an interactive response. In other words, once you've heard something, to say something congruent with what was just said and see if it produces yet another response.
Well, that's true. And really, this real-time recorder is going to take a lot of training to use. And the reason is as you mentioned before, there is a 1 second delay.
That's right.
Actually, it's a little shorter than a second. And it's a little confusing to hear your voice and talk at the same time.
Yes.
And I've pretty much got past that. But now we run into the problem where the second playhead actually produces a white noise static. And the voices almost end up in that white noise static, so it's hard to actually hear the voices, let alone understand what they're saying.
All right, number 9 coming up.
All right, well, this one, and this was interesting, Barbara recorded this. And she obviously didn't hear it at the time because she didn't say anything.
I wasn't aware that it recorded anything.
But you hear a voice say no, and then it says yes. And then Barbara's husband, Roger, says, we invite anyone here to talk with us.
After that?
Yeah, after.
And these voices, these two voices, the no and the yes, they sound like different voices to me.
Really? Maybe it's a debate. All right, hold on. Let's see if we hear it. No and then yes.
No, yeah. If I give you one here, the function doesn't.
God, it sounds like a domestic squabble or something. Listen one more time.
No, yeah. If I give you one here, the function doesn't. No, yeah. No, yeah.
It sounds like a man and a wife. So, in that case, you could be just sort of tapping in on whatever it is that's going on the other side, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that could be an ongoing discussion between two of whatever it is that we're listening to.
Yes, and we've noticed that with some of our recordings. It's almost like we pick up on conversations that are happening somewhere else.
Between
two people, two entities.
Spirits.
That might not have a thing to do with you, not be directed at you at all, but you're just picking it up.
That's right.
All right, number 10.
This one was recorded by Brendan, and it's also was recorded on the real-time recorder. He was walking through the cemetery testing out this recorder, and he picked up this voice, and it sounds like it says, "She ought to die."
She ought to die. Okay. Yeah, I can buy that. It sure sounds like she ought to die. One more time. For two people who claim that you don't necessarily need to be in a graveyard to get good stuff, you spend an awful lot of time in graveyards.
Well, this one particular graveyard has given us some wonderful EVP.
What is the percentage of pickup you get in graveyards compared to some local fast food restaurant? Or, any place else? You obviously, you do go to graveyards. You must, because you get a higher percentage return.
Well, at this particular one, we do. We have gone to many graveyards, and we might get a few EVPs, but this one particular one, we are able to record an awful lot of EVP there.
Mm-hmm.
It's an older cemetery, and there has been ghost activity taking place there. We found out about it through the local sheriff there.
Okay. I think we've got time for one final one before the bottom of the hour here, so let's have it.
All right. Well, I recorded this one, and you'll hear me ask, if anyone's here, I ask you to speak with me. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say.
Yes.
And right after that, there's a woman that comes in, and it sounds like she says, "One step in the light." And then I say, "It just got really cold." I don't know if that's because of you guys or not.
Oh, one step in the light. Let's see.
If anyone's here, I'll ask you to speak to me. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say. Just got really cold. I don't know if that's because of you guys or not.
Oh, man, is that freaky. That is so freaky. One more time.
If anyone's here, I'll ask you to speak to me. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say. Just got really cold. I don't know if that's because of you guys or not.
Oh, that is so freaky. It's like, okay, come on, one step in the light and you're there. And you say, and then it got very cold very quickly, huh?
That's correct. It did. It seemed like it must have dropped 10 or 15 degrees. I mean, it was just such a sudden temperature change.
As you were hearing that.
Well, it was
obviously.
right directly after that.
Yeah, obviously. All right. Hold on, you two. We'll be right back. I'm going to check with Keith and see if he got what I said him. This is one weird story coming out of one weird story out of Montana. And we've got photographs to go with it, too, so I'll see if Keith has received yet and is in the process of sending. This is live radio and internet interactive at its very best. We managed to get this up tonight. You've never seen anything quite like this, or maybe you'll be able to explain it quickly, easily, and we'll dispatch this as nothing. But right now, to me, it's as weird as what we're hearing tonight. Even cyberspace is kind of weird sometimes, isn't it? I mean, I've sent this to Keith 10, 12 times, and it disappears in the ether. Flat disappears. Really weird stuff. All right, now back to my guests, and back to more EVP. We've got a little more to go before we can get to phone calls because we've got a pretty good list tonight. So number 17, I guess, is what's coming up next.
All right, this one, Art, was recorded in the warden's house of the prison. And
oh, really? The warden's house?
The warden's house. It's just kind of a kitty corner to the prison itself. Has been standing, well, virtually as long as the prison has. I think about 10 years after the prison was built was when the warden's house was built.
Right.
In this clip, you're going to hear GIS member Roger say, "Can you give us a name?" And they waits for a second, then says, "Kids." And after that, you hear a woman say, "Hazel."
Hazel. And you're sure that's an EVP voice, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Can you give us a name? Yes.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Hazel to me.
Can you give us a name? Yes.
Huh. I wonder, you two, I wonder what percentage of prisoners die in prison. You ever wonder about that?
Yes. This particular one, they used this prison more as a rehabilitation prison than a punishment prison. It was only open for about 35 years, I believe.
Okay.
And they never did any executions at this location. One man died, I believe, of natural causes. And, you know, when we were talking earlier about how dismal they sound, one thing to keep in mind, the places that we go are not very happy places.
Yeah, but you go where you find the EVPs.
Where the ghost activity takes place.
That's right. And so, again, your point of view that you don't think ghosts are happy
I don't.
entities at all, huh?
No, I don't believe that they're very happy.
Now, this would be a wag, which is a wild-ass guess, but I mean, how many people who die do you think, by percentage, become ghosts?
Oh,
I think there's more than what people realize, but to give a percentage, I have no clue. I wouldn't even guess.
But more than people think?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, number 18.
This is recorded by Roger. This is also in the warden's house at the Laramie Territorial Prison. You'll hear Roger say, he was talking to the director, and he says, room for you guys to make claim. And you'll hear this EVP say, hit him in the hide.
Huh. Hit him in the hide. All right, here it comes.
Room for you guys to make claim.
That sounds like a kid's voice.
It does.
Okay, one more time. Listen, doesn't it sound like a kid's voice?
Room for you guys to make claim.
You know, these absolutely are voices. I don't know what else to say. They can't be anything else. It can't be random tape noise. It can't be random anything. They're definitely voices.
Yes, and some of the things they say, you couldn't come up with some of the stuff they say.
Or you wouldn't. Yeah, that's true. What safety measures do you all take to be sure that it wasn't one of your other members who, inadvertently said something or, that is one of you? I mean, do you have two recorders running at once sometimes? How do you...
We have 5.
5 recorders? Now, that's interesting. How frequently does an EVP show up on 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 recorders?
Quite a lot of the time, the EVPs do record on all recorders. There are times, as we mentioned, that they don't show up on a lot of them. They'll show up on one recorder, and then the other 4 won't have the same voice.
Boy, is that weird.
It is. It's almost a phenomena inside of phenomena.
Yeah. It might indicate the electromagnetic phenomena. It can be very narrow, very small. The window can be very narrow and very small, or it can be large enough to hit all 5 recorders that are with you at the time. That's interesting.
That's true.
Have you ever taken with you magnetometers, other instruments that would indicate some sort of paranormal energy?
Well, we do. Yes. We take EMF detectors, thermal scanners, the infrared cameras, things like that.
And how frequently can you correlate an EVP with something else?
Well, I'll put it this way, not as much as we'd like, because we'd like to see the correlation just to say that's how it's happening.
Gotcha.
Maybe 30% of the time we might see a spike in the EMF detector when an EVP appears on the tape.
Okay.
Also, Roger wears a regular compass. We went and bought a compass in a sports store that hikers use to put on their watch bands.
Oh, how interesting.
And
theory being, I bet, that a lot of electromagnetic activity in the compass spins off north.
And it does.
And it does?
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Number 19.
All right. Well, this is a really interesting voice, Art. In this clip, this was recorded in the prison yard itself. And I should probably note here that there was a leper that did die in the prison yard.
A leper?
A leper. And they kind of segregated him from the rest of the prisoners. But in this clip, you hear Barbara say, "Hello, is anyone here?"
Uh-huh.
And this man's voice comes in and says, "They've hurt me."
Really? All right. You see, I don't listen to any of these beforehand. I have a list, but I don't listen to any of these because I want to hear them the same time as you all do.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Yeah, that's hard to hear, but I hear it. They've heard me is obviously what's being said. Listen very, very carefully.
Hello? Is anyone here?
They've heard me. That's what I hear. But boy, you've really got to dig for that one, huh?
Yeah, it's buried in the static, and I'm kind of afraid I amplified it too much on the last two loops. It just amplified the static with it.
Yep. Well, you get to a sort of a you lose more than you gain point with amplification. You can go so far and get a lot out of it, and then you bring the noise floor up so much that you start to lose instead of gain.
Yes, and I've noticed that a lot just with these voices.
All right. Number 20.
This was recorded by Roger in the prison. This was recorded at the house in Laramie, at the couple's house that the director took us to. You will hear Barry say, "So we can go down there," talking about the stairs that go downstairs, and you'll hear Roger say, "Yeah." And then a man voice says, "My quarters."
My quarters, as in my place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we can go down there? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's very, very clear.
So we can go down there?
Yeah. My quarters, no question about that. As in my place. Wow. Where do you two want all this to go? I mean, obviously you're working with a real-time recorder now, so you've taken that step. Where do you want it to go? Where do you want this whole area of research, by the way, that goes back for the audience, not just to this program and to these two, but back in time, just about to the beginning of the invention of the telephone. It goes back that far. A lot of people don't know that there's a lot of history in the kind of research you all are doing here. Where do you want it to go from here? Where should it go?
Well, we would definitely like to see it get into more of a communication. And as you said, with the real-time recorder, that's our hope, is that we can develop some kind of a communication between us and spirits. Our other goal is to simply educate people and show them that this is something that's really out there. I mean, that's why we don't charge for anything, because we'd feel that might ruin our credibility.
It would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it's hard enough by itself, but you're doing it the right way. Absolutely doing it the right way. It's pure research. All right, number 21.
All right, this is definitely a weird voice. It's almost kind of singy sounding, and the voice sounds like it says it's called the Fat Girl. This was recorded inside the prison by Barry.
Okay, and it's called the Fat Girl, is what said?
That's what it sounds like.
All right, let's see. All right, now I'm not as sure about the first part as I listen. I can absolutely hear Fat Girl at the end. That's all, though. Listen again. All right, so there you are. I can make out Fat Girl very easily. I'm not sure about the first part.
And it's singing.
Some kind of singing, yeah, sing-song voice? Huh. Well, maybe there's a little singing that goes on the other side, huh?
Yeah.
All right, let's rush now, because I want to get a segment in a phone call. So, 22.
This one was quite unusual. I recorded this. You will hear me say, "Will you talk with us?" And you'll hear this yoo-hoo. Brendan also heard this on his real-time, but he did not record it on his real-time player.
Oh, no, that's weird.
It is.
That's really weird, because it has to go by the record head to get to the playhead for you to hear it, right?
That's correct. It's definitely a very weird experience not to hear that after I heard it through the headphones.
Let's go.
Please talk with us.
Huh. Well, that was all easy to make out. Please talk with us, and then the yoo-hoo sound, kind of like almost taunting. Listen.
Please talk with us.
Well, I'll tell you, of all the weird businesses in the world to be in, you two really can pick them. And actually, it's not a business, but I mean areas of research. This is weird stuff. This goes back how many years, this research?
Well, ever since Marconi and Edison, both of them were working on ways to contact the dead, and kind of early examples of EVP were started by them.
All right, number 23.
All right, this was also recorded at the prison, and you'll hear Jennifer, who is the prison director. And by the way, I'd like to thank Jennifer and the rest of the staff for allowing us to stay the night in the prison. But in this clip, you hear her say, "Yeah, that's a chainsaw." And right after that, you hear a woman that just sounds demented almost say, "Yeah, that's me."
Really? Chainsaw, huh? All right. Oh, demented is a good word for that. Listen to that breathy voice. Yeah, I can just imagine being clipping along in an 18-wheeler in the middle of the night listening to this stuff. Yeah, that's me. All right, one more to do tonight, and it's number 24.
This was recorded by Roger, and he recorded this in the prison, and it says, "Get me out of here."
And there was no interactive aspect to it?
No, there was no talking at the time.
Now, here's what you would expect to hear in a prison, something like, "Get me out of here." And all right, let's see. God, I hear it all right. There's no question, "Get me out of here." Now, you'd expect to hear that in a prison, wouldn't you? One more time. Listen very carefully, folks. Well, there it is. And I assume that you all believe the context of that to be clearly what it obviously is, and that is someone's in prison, they want to get the hell out of there, and they're still not out of there, right?
Still not out of there.
So, you go to troubled places. What about the more sensitive places? I mean, can you get into funeral homes?
Yes, we have.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
That would be one area I would think they would be disinclined to allow you, and the freshly dead and the...
Yeah, and we were extremely surprised that we were allowed in, for one, let alone that there was actual bodies in the place when we were there.
And did you get anything?
Yeah, in fact, we played one of the voices on your show a few shows back that says, "So is the dead."
So is the dead. All right, look, what I'm going to do is break here at the bottom of the hour, and when we come back, I'd like to allow the audience to ask you questions about all they've heard tonight, okay?
Alrighty.
All right, stand by, please. And that's exactly what's coming up. Your turn. If you have questions about this, if you heard all this and you don't have questions, then you better check yourself for a pulse, because you may be trying to reach us from the other side. Otherwise, I expect you have questions. Coming up next, I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast. All right, so reminding you that horrific little Montana story that I read you a little while ago, an hour ago or so, is finally going to get up on the website here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, very, very shortly, and it'll be there for the remainder, through tomorrow night, through tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow will be a repeat. I'll be off tomorrow, attending to the fireworks celebration here in Pahrump, and I hope those of you close enough to come and bring sound trucks or whatever are able to do so, or just make it out here to the desert where there's going to be the biggest bang in the whole state. Oh my, it's going to be something. For the moment, we're going to go back now to the GIS folks and begin to open the lines and let you ask questions. So are you two ready for questions from the great public?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, then here it comes. First time caller line, you're on the air with GIS. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
How are you?
Okay, sir.
Well, just had a few questions, actually. Oh, and just for you, I'm listening to your show, WWNC, in Asheville, North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
On a 37 tube AM radio.
Oh, really?
Big, huge floor model. Great radio.
Good.
My questions were, one, have they tried to utilize all the technology to isolate these voices? For example, I'm a musician, and I'm aware of some technology which uses notch filtering to isolate particular frequencies so that you can get rid of any kind of background frequency and just isolate those frequencies that you want.
It's a very, very good question. You two, how about it?
It is actually a good question, and that's something we're going to bring up earlier on the show. Right now, we're looking for an audio engineer for a project that we're going to be working on. And a lot of it's going to have to do with analyzing these voices.
Like there's DSP, for example.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of technology out there, but the cheapest available is really it may sound stupid, but there are karaoke machines which you can put your tape in and erase the voice, and what it uses is a notch filter to do it.
Yep.
Where you could...
No, you're right. I mean, the police, for example, can eliminate all kinds of background sounds and bring one voice out of many voices.
Oh, yeah.
They have that ability. So if they had that level of technology, we might be getting much clearer EVPs.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably technology out there for the computer which is far beyond anything that I've seen in a rack mount piece.
I agree.
And, I guess I'm a born skeptic because I think. I'm open-minded, but I've never really had a paranormal experience myself.
All right, well, based on what you've heard tonight, these are coming off clean tapes, brand new, never opened, just out of the box and recorded, boom, there it is. Skeptical as you may be, what do you think this is?
Well, I think, just in my opinion, of course, I think that it's when you have, I've heard EVPs before with different programs, including your own, and it's really hard to discount that information because you don't just, random sound, at least from my experience as a musician, even stuff that I've recorded, random sound doesn't generate itself in the patterns that I think they've been able to put on tape. And I believe, the only reason I say I'm a skeptic is just because I haven't experienced it myself. And, maybe that makes me wrong, I'm not sure, but...
Well, when you hear it, sir, like tonight, what do you think you're hearing?
Oh, a lot of it sounds very much like voices. They've had several programs, I think, on the Learning Channel where they've dealt with some EVP before.
That's right. A lot of people assume this is, something unusual to my show and just some sort of catchy thing. It's not. EVP is a science of its own. It's been around now for a long, long time. But the point he made about higher tech equipment that, for example, forensic police labs use to pick voices out, you might approach somebody in one of those labs, like the FBI crime lab, like they're not too busy, huh? or something like that, and worm your way in and see if you can get some of that technology, because applied to what you're doing now, it could be incredible.
Well, we would ask anybody who does have access to that technology or a background in audio engineering to contact us.
All right, how about how to contact you? How do they do it?
Well, there's a couple of ways you can contact us. One, you can go to the website and email any one of the members by clicking on their names. You can email the GIS at ghostpix.com. The website address
That's Ghost, G-H-O-S-T, Pix, P-I-X.com.
That's the website.
All right.
And you can also contact us now by P.O. Box, and that is the Ghost Investigator Society at P.O. Box 2383, Layton, Utah, 84041-9383.
Well, you're going to have to do that again. Everybody's grabbing for a pen and not by any means getting it all. So the address again, please.
All right. The address is the Ghost Investigator Society at P.O. Box 2383, Layton, Utah, 84041-9383.
Okay. Or at GhostPix, that's P-I-X.com.
Yes.
All right. All right, by the way, the Montana Horror, whatever in the hell that thing is on the website right now, folks. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, it's me, Greg.
Yes, Greg.
Calling from the Monster Pacific Northwest, KOMO.
Como, yes, sir, 1000 Seattle.
Oh, yeah, the big bad boy. So, 2 questions. One, does this ever freak you out while you're out there?
Yeah.
And you're in a, you know, come on, bunch of graves, and does it ever really freak you out while you're out there?
We're actually more scared of the living. We're afraid in some of the places that we go, which are quite run down and abandoned, that there might be a transient or somebody that might attack us.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense, yeah. So, another question, and it kind of relates to what the previous caller was. I listened to Art on a 1932 Philco radio that I rebuilt. Oh, it's a beauty. I love this thing.
Good
and
for you.
Believe me, they are so hard to rebuild.
They are.
They are.
Yeah, sure, try to go find tubes. There are some antique suppliers, but it's hard.
It is so hard. But I can, like tonight, I can listen to things, and they come through so clear, and I can hear them just beautifully. And I hear them the first time through.
Well, congratulations, sir, and good luck on restoring old radios is a blast. And to listen to something like this coming out of an old radio, old Philco speaker, middle of the night, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Finally, yay!
Yes.
Hi, Art.
Where are you?
My name's Eric. I'm calling from Peabody, Mass.
Okay.
And I listen to you on WRKO.
Yes, sir.
And I have just 2 points to make, and then I'll hang up and listen offline.
Sure.
One is, I think when the one that was out on the south side, it also could have sounded like out by the stop sign. If you listen to it again, it looked pretty clear to me.
Out by the stop sign.
I know.
Well, they lived on a corner, and there was a stop sign on that corner.
Maybe there was an accident of some kind out there, or who knows.
Well, and, interesting, yeah.
No, what would really clinch this for me is if you went to a foreign country like Spain or Holland and these voices started speaking Spanish, French, or Dutch.
Now, it's really interesting that you bring that up. I was just sent an article today by a man named Joseph Bullman about a researcher in Italy that has been doing some wonderful EVP research. And all of his voices are in Italian. And as we've mentioned, we've been to cemeteries where there's quite a mixed population from people from other countries and have recorded German and Spanish and things like that.
And some we're not sure what the language is, but we know it's not English.
Right, and one last point. I wonder if it has to do with the researchers, like if they speak English, if the voices will manifest as English, or if maybe you send someone out who speaks Spanish or another language, if maybe they will hear somehow on the tape magically, I don't know, it'll appear in a different language.
That is a really good, I don't think we've ever thought of that before.
And I'll listen off the end now. Thank you.
Well, all right, he's listening off air. Anything else you two want to add, or?
Well, we don't know anybody right offhand that knows how to speak another language that would be willing to go out with us.
So when you get there, you'll try it.
Yes.
All right.
I think it'd be interesting to see what they would.
A lot of people fast blasting me want to know why the sing-songy voice so many times. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, other than just maybe the attitude of that entity at the time. Whatever mood they're in.
And I can imagine a lot of the prisoners probably passed their time singing.
Yeah, so can I, actually. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the EVP Kings and Queens. Hello. No, push the button, Arthur. Now you're on the air. Sorry about that, caller.
Hello, this is Anthony in Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska, way up north. Yes.
And I've got 2 questions. The first one, has any member of the GIS team ever gone to a pet cemetery and recorded animal sounds?
We've gone to a pet cemetery, but we have not recorded animal sounds there. We have recorded animal sounds at other locations, but not at the pet cemetery.
Okay, and then my other question, most people seem to think that from a ghost point of view on the other side, time would be different. So have you ever heard an EVP that refers to something that you're about to say on the tape?
Yeah.
Really?
Actually, in fact, that example that we played tonight, the one where it says no, yes, and then Roger asked if anybody will speak with us.
Uh-huh.
I kind of wondered if that was them contemplating that question before it had been asked.
We've had occurrences where it seems like they've answered a question. Sometimes there have been on occasions where they have said something, and then one of the members will repeat almost word for word what the EVP said.
Boy, this is strange stuff. First-time caller line, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. On recording number 16, I have a question also, but recording number 16, what I got when I listened to that was my friend is still outside.
My friend is still outside. Now, that's interesting because the first time I heard that, I heard I'm still outside.
Oh, okay, because I got my friend is still outside when I heard that over and over.
Really? That's a very interesting one, number 16, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, it is.
The reason is it's just so clear and loud.
Okay.
But then again, that goes back to what we were saying, that even though they're loud, they're not so easy to discern what's being said.
Yeah, let's all listen again. Number 16, and actually number 16, they think, and I thought too, was very clear, and I thought it said out by the south side. Listen.
Out by the south side.
And you still hear the same thing, caller?
I still hear the same thing. My friend is still outside.
I'm hearing out by the south side.
I'm going to listen and try to hear my friend. Caller, I still got the same thing.
Friend.
Yeah, okay. I don't either, but I appreciate the call. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I do have a question. How would a person get into something like this?
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
It's extremely easy. As I've mentioned, I started out as a skeptic. I believed in ghosts, but I did not believe in the EVP phenomena. And it really, all it took was me taking a little $10 tape recorder out with a brand new tape and trying it. And it probably took me 3 times until I received a voice. And ever since then, I've just been fascinated.
Okay. Well,
it really doesn't matter whether it's an expensive recorder or a cheap one.
Okay.
You can record EVP on any tape recorder.
On any tape, then. Okay. Well, thank you. I think I'll give that a whirl.
Would you report back to me, please, on how you do, sir?
Sure, I will.
All right, I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, I was wondering, have they ever decided to go into, like, a place where they had, like, a famous battle or somewhere in American history and try to contact, well, not necessarily contact, but...
Yeah, battlefields. Battlefields. That's a question. You two, have you ever gone to, like, Gettysburg, whatever?
We haven't gone to Gettysburg. We've gone up to areas where there have been massacres and things like that in the Old West days.
And what do you get?
General EVP, generally what we've played. There have been times we've recorded just faint screaming and kind of what sounds like almost a residual gunshot.
A residual gunshot. That's really interesting. We were talking earlier about there are people now who believe that the Vatican has what they're calling a kind of time machine, and the theory is that sound and light literally last forever, linger forever, once created, never die. Light, of course, is energy, and sound is too, and so it could easily be. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a couple of questions real quick. Have y'all ever recorded voices in the normal octave of people that y'all didn't hear at the time? You know, like normal speaking voices?
Yeah, we have. And that's interesting because a lot of this is not audible at the time. There are times when we do hear it at the time, but that's extremely rare. But yes, we have recorded them in the regular human speech sound.
Okay, and what type of software do y'all use for pulling the EVPs out?
What type of what, sir?
Of software. What are y'all using to? Because I know it gets muddled down it's below the normal octave of hearing, and it gets muddled in the noise, in the background noise. And I'm wondering how do you pull that out? If I were interested in recording some stuff, and
Well, I think the truth is, with a lot of EVPs, even though they're hard to hear, you won't have to pull it out of anything. It will just be there.
Okay.
Is that true, y'all?
Yes,
that's correct. All you need to do, really, is take your recorder and patch it somehow into the sound card of your computer, and then
make a WAV file.
Yeah, just make a WAV file, MP3 file, whatever. And there's 20 million different freeware programs that can pull it off. We use a combination of different programs, but the main one is Cool Edit.
Cool Edit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You going to try it, caller?
Yes, I am. I've actually had a voice say, "Help me, Randy, help me," and
that came over what?
It came from everywhere.
Oh.
It was in my garage, and it was the most incredible Dolby surround sound I'd ever heard.
Huh.
I literally was frozen with fear. It blew me away.
Is your name Randy?
Yes, it is.
That's one thing that I've noticed when we have audibly heard them. It sounds like it comes from nowhere. I mean, you can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It sounds like it's all around you.
Yeah, it totally encompassed me.
Yes.
It was from everywhere and from in my head, and it literally froze me with fear.
As you said, Dolby sound, huh?
Oh, it THX and all has nothing on it. It was amazing.
Well,
get your recorder and go out into your garage again.
And we'd definitely be interested in hearing any results that you might get from it.
I will definitely am going to do that. And you said it's Cool Edit.
Yes, Cool Edit.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Caller, thank you. And, folks, we're out of time. Again, what an incredible program you have provided. I hope you will be back again soon. I trust you'll be out there collecting, eh?
In fact,
every day.
Just real quick, you might be interested to know that we are planning on going back to the Rollins prison.
I am interested. Thank you. Good night, you two.
Good night.
All right, there you have it, folks. That's the GIS group. Don't forget, tomorrow night, my little town, Pahrump, we're going to have the big, and I mean really big bang. If you're in range, come on out. That's tomorrow night. That's except tomorrow night, tonight, actually, this time zone.
Nothing but the dead dying back in my little town.
Here in the high desert. So, for tonight,